Hello, kitties. I hope everyone is well tonight.
Yo, Crackers, what's up? Of course, Charles can't be on time. I'm either late or, in this instance, I'm early. Okay? Now you get the point. I cannot be on time. It's literally against my religion. But how's everybody doing tonight?
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
Gosh, are y'all typing with one hand? What the hell are you doing? Never mind. I don't want to know. Better wash your hands after. I'm just saying, better wash your fucking hands. That's all I'm gotta say, yo. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. This is rare, man. Usually I'm done fuckered down by, and yes, that was the word fuckered. Not tuckered, not buckered, not fuckered, okay? Down by the whole Delphi case and all that other stuff because it's a normal kind of thing, a routine ritual that I seem to have to go through. Yes! Talk about fucking Delphi being a downer. I'm just saying, it is. It is. Sadly. But once in a great while, it's a band of true crime. Oddly enough, I'm able to sit there and go, holy shit, some real shit might have happened all of a sudden. And it's honestly, I'm very fucking happy to. I mean, I'm not saying I'm happy because ain't shit been solved. But I don't know, there's a little bit of interesting information going through the grapevine all of a sudden. And I'm just like, And I processed quite a bit of it, right? Yo, what's up, Shabby? How you doing, Shabby? But you ain't live, me, Shabby? Well, it don't bother me if you are, but for plain out simple, normal, Delphi crap in another way, because honestly, that's why everybody's here. We all know that, blah, blah, blah. But there's new information. I don't know. The last time I felt along these lines was like when they announced they had made an arrest in the Golden State Killer murders. I remember hearing it on the news. My mom was sitting there, and I was just like, "Yeah, fucking right." And because of course, the news, they don't announce shit. They don't really tell you much information. They just arrest was made in the Golden State Killer case, also known as the original Night Stalker or the East Area Rapist case, Vincelia Ransacker, et cetera, and a whole bunch of other ransackers names that I'm not even going to go through. But in reality, yeah, no, I feel like maybe in both instances, all of a sudden, just recently, we're a little bit closer to finding out the truth finally behind the combined murders of just maybe, the Zodiac murders. And then I was shocked to find out that a possible link exists to what? The Black Dahlia, the murder of Elizabeth Short. And I know anything and everything anybody should know is about true crime. I know what you're thinking in your head. What the fuck are you on, Charles? I get it. Trust me. That's what I was wondering when I was learning all this. But, well, I'm still a little bit touched when it comes to the link to the Zodiac killers. I mean, I'm trying to make my way there. Like, uh, this is not coming from me, FYI. Unlike last time, when a fake code breaker who didn't know shit about ciphers and all this other shit claimed to crack the cipher and claimed that they knew who the Zodiac was and they were full of shit. I said it. I don't care. This time we actually have a legitimate. And this time they actually, which I kind of want to see the process, but it has been verified, y'all. So take that as you will. And it seems that the final cipher of the Zodiac has finally been cracked using artificial intelligence of all things. Which honestly, I kind of felt like I didn't ask you not to go live. You're such a liar. You're like the only one I haven't talked to about this information. What are you talking about? And Nicole was just like, "Oh my god, oh my god, I know, right?" Woo! And I'm like, okay, let's get back to the point here. Forget cue ball and his lies. But yeah, in reality, and this has been verified. Like I said, the final Zodiac, the cipher that Zodiac said contains the information. His name has been cracked. And this is where I'm just going to give you a little tidbit right off the bat. Just a little crumb. Just a little crumb, okay? I knew right off the bat because I'm pretty good at math. Really fucking good, actually, at math. I'm actually pretty good with codes and shit like that. And I knew from a long ass time ago that there was nobody going to be cracking that cipher until they had the key. Now, the key to the cipher, yes, the Zodiac's one cipher that's left uncracked has always been said by the Zodiac himself to have his name in it. And well, I got it. Like I said, y'all, it's crushing, creepy ass fucking information. It's been cracked. And this is just the beginning of the things that are going to make you go, wait, what? Yeah, because even I was sitting there going, okay, guys, you're full of shit, but I'll hear what you got to say because if I don't, then I'm not really shitty, much of a journalist. What if you're actually right about something? Oh, Lord, God forbid. But as I heard it, and the more they talked, I'm like, huh. Well, I gotta verify that shit myself, but you know what? That definitely makes me go, what the fuck? But I will say, this is what I will say before I even say what the key learned of the final Zodiac cipher was, because it's going to be shocking and it has to do with everything. Okay, um, it's fucking nuts. I already had a valid suspect, and I've always had a valid suspect. Technically, I had basically two of them. I never thought it was Hodel. I thought Hodel was capable of murder. Hodel would be the cop's fucking dad, the homicide detective's dad, who was a surgeon, blah, blah, blah. Now, I agreed every bit of the part where they said that it was probably a surgeon that committed the Black Dahlia murder, aka Elizabeth Short. I always agreed with that. I had a different suspect for many fucking reasons. He made so much better of a suspect. It's the second surgeon who knew Elizabeth Short through his daughter, that Elizabeth Short had come to their house, this exact residence, many times, including at a wedding, like the year prior to her murder and all kinds of shit. Now, she had nobody in the area that her body was found in to even be out there in the first place. So it would seem like she would have to be looking or trying to see somebody, and she was thrown out of a place, so she's trying to find a place to stay or a room to stay in or whatever like that. So old friends of hers might be a logical place to go. Now, see, at the same time, the surgeon staying, that's the father of her old friend that she went to the wedding for, was having this fucking serious mental deterioration. I want to say like early onset dementia or something like that, but he was going through some shit because it wasn't long after this that he got locked up in a mental institution and shit. Well, here's the cracker, okay? Elizabeth Short's body, for one, was dropped off in the early morning hours, very early, barely the crack of dawn, but people still recognized and saw the car that dropped her off her body. And she was carefully placed and posed and everything else, mind you. I don't hope, well, I mean, at this point, yeah, she was bisected. She was cut in half, given a glass gow smile. And if you don't know what that is, think of the Joker with the ear cut to the middle of your lips and stuff on both sides. You know what I'm saying? As regards of the Glasgow smile would be. And as I said, she was bisected around her midsection. Her insides, specifically also her women or areas, were seemed to be messed with. And I do believe, I might be wrong on it, but I do believe some things were missing from her womanly. Get what I'm saying? Okay, yeah. It's definitely, and it is believed, I think, that she was sexually assaulted before her death. Her body was also insinuated. For idiots, that means she was drained of all her blood and all this other stuff. So it definitely seemed like the killer had a good, safe place for him to take his time to go to commit all these fucking dastardly, fucked up things on Elizabeth Short before her murder. Now, if we have somebody that knows Elizabeth, maybe she just had wrong place, wrong time, and homeboy's going through issues. But as I said, the car that was witnessed dropping off her body that morning, and this is just my suspect, he makes the most sense to me at least. Um, is in visual sight range of that same house where that surgeon used to live before him and his wife got a divorce, maybe the previous year, I think it was, yeah. So literally, technically, where he used to live, he could just look out the window. And we know how a lot of serial killers are all throughout the world. They like to have this situation where they can look out their window and see their good work. You know what I'm saying? So the fact, and I'm not saying he's serial or anything like that, but you know, a lot of single killers share the same aspirations and all that as serial killers do. So the fact that she's found so close to that house that of somebody she knows and everything else, his car matches the vehicle seen dropping off the body in the early morning hours and stuff. To me, plus the fact of that these wounds were probably done by somebody with a decent, considerable amount of surgical skill. Which, if you've seen the body, if you've seen the pictures, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. Well, then you only got really two suspects in the end. Because even a butcher, in my opinion, does not have the same amount of skill. Even Jack the Ripper didn't, but this guy did, and that only left George Hodel, who was in fact the surgeon, yes, and this other guy. I got to look up his name to even remember his name or whatever. But it turns out, scarily, that no, we have a pre-med student that would have had a considerable amount of fucking surgical skill now entering the fray. And there's a lot more fucked up things in that. He lied to the police, for one. Elizabeth Short was on the run and in fear of her life from him, for two. In fact, the house or the room, apartment, or whatever she was in. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, are you talking about your weird number where you times everything by 10? Oh, I don't care how many people's here. It doesn't really bother me. There could be 3 here, but I'd be just as happily and just as excited. Hold on, I'm trying to read the chat real quick. Yeah, I don't tag Delphi in my shit. Most of the time, at least I do not. Um, I don't consider myself a Delphi fucking researcher or whatnot. It's just another time on my books, basically. Yeah, there's probably about 200,000 cases, so yeah. Oddly enough, most of the people don't want to hear about the other ones, but you know, there's all kinds of fucked up crimes I know about, from the United States to Japan to Russia to just about everywhere. But as I was saying, okay, we have the detectives, and well, I don't think I'm. Yeah, like I said, I talk about Delphi because Delphi decided for me to be here. If you know the whole story, you'd know I didn't choose Delphi. Delphi chose me. And I could care less if I'm popular. I could care less if I'm not. If something in my mind is going off about Delphi, I'll talk about Delphi. If something involving another crime catches my interest, we're going to be talking about that. You know, it's just how it goes. Yeah, I mean, and I hate saying it because it sounds mean. People follow popular cases and everything else because it's, I don't know, trendy, I guess. I could care less. When it comes to like what was it? I tried to get Shibby and them, or Shabby and them to work on the Michelle Schofield case, which, if you don't know anything about that case, shame on you people. Shame on you, you Delphi bandwagoners. Sheesh. I mean, hell. I don't know. I'd still like to say, in regards to YouTubers, there's probably nobody in fucking YouTube that's got case information that I have. And I'll put that, I don't care. I'll put money on that fact any day of the week. But as I was saying, okay, we all know, if you know the case at all, that Elizabeth Short was thrown out by her ex boyfriend, who we also know was a Marine. And that's why, she was thrown out of the place they lived in, the apartment or whatever it may have been. I'm not entirely sure at the moment in time. But in the process, she was now trying to find a new place to stay. And that's all this other stuff. And she had visited, I think it was like 5 different cities in and around like the Vallejo area almost. And that's where, right off the bat, it should ring bells for you because Vallejo area is Northern California, mind you, and very distinctly linked to the Zodiac murders, the 5 murders. But I got a whole another suspect. I got a couple of suspects for the fucking Zodiac murders. No. Any moron that says Arthur Lee Allen should be, I don't know, tar feathered and kicked in the nuts a few thousand times because they're stupid and it makes no sense and they're just dumb. Okay. But yeah, as I said, she was trying to find a new place to stay, which coincides with this house that supposedly all the kids have moved out in, a big ass 5-bedroom house and shit. There might have been a possibility that she could, in fact, find a place to stay or a room if her old friends were, not all fucked up in the head and mental. Which, as I said, within a year after the Elizabeth Short murder, the surgeon, aka my suspect, was literally completely bona fide fucking nuts. He lost his license to practice, or he might have already lost it by that point, the license to practice medicine. But after that, he either killed him, he offed himself, or he went to the mental asylum, or he both. I think it might have been both. Like he went to the mental asylum, and when he got out of the mental asylum, he offed himself. So yeah, we have a severely emotional and twisted up person in the head in their own way. So it kind of fits the whole thing. Plus, like I said, you know how Elizabeth Short was found? Holy hell. That's a whole new level of what the fuck. That's the way I can explain it. I mean, that's like the torso murders out of Cleveland and shit. It's just like somebody really liked to dissect shit. I'm just saying, just really, they had a severe hatred for women. And once again, we know the suspect was just got kicked to the curb by his wife, a bunch of his money taken away, and all this other shit, and divorce. Yeah, I mean, there's enough there to make somebody call somebody to be mental and have a severe hatred of women with the skills of a badass surgeon. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. Plus, his house is a visible site of where the body was found. He drives the same car type, literally, that was seen dropping her off. That's just my suspect, and I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not going to deep dive into my whole thing because it makes a lot of sense in the end. Sure, we're never going to end up solving it, but it is what it is. Plus, I don't know. I think Hodel did definitely kill somebody, possibly. I think there was a secretary and some other shit that he was possibly being looked at in regards to a homicide. He definitely seems the type who would kill somebody. Sure, I can agree with that. He has the surgical skills to do that. Sure, I'm going to agree with his son and say, hey, he's a viable suspect. Plus, if you've heard the FBI tapes, you've heard the words himself. He mentions Elizabeth Short and the Black Dahlia a fucking lot. So it's weird. In itself, it's just really fucking weird. But it makes it too easy, and I just can't like cases when they're way too easy like that. But it turns out we have a third surgeon. Dun dun dun. Yeah, like I said, we knew that Elizabeth Short was running away. She was thrown out of her place. She was in fear of her ex-boyfriend, who was in fact a Marine. A Marine, in mind, I also throw it in that with that a pre-med student. Ooh, yeah, that's like, hey, would the pre-med students have any like surgery? Yes, they would. You do get some fucking training in regards to that. Yes, in fact, as do the Marines. So it's like, oh shit. Yeah, so in fact, we got to start tossing that into the mix. It's like making me go, wait a second, wait a second. That's just the beginning. And let's just start about with, as I said, the crumb. And the crumb is the key that supposedly was used to crack the cipher, the long uncracked cipher of the zodiac, was a name. Man, I shit you not. It was Elizabeth. I'm just saying, there's parts of this case that makes no fucking sense to me. And it never will make sense to me. But right off the bat, I'm like, don't get me wrong, my sister, the one I hate, her middle name is Elizabeth and everything else. So we're not going to say that's true. But okay. Then we have the deathbed drawing. And I'm still waiting for some sort of 100% verification this is real, okay? But this guy, this Marine that was, in fact, with Elizabeth Short right before her murder, the one she was running away from, the one that had some surgical skills, mind you. Damn near his deathbed, if not on his deathbed, he made a drawing. The drawing looked just like Elizabeth Short. I think it even said Elizabeth on it. And the drawing of her was bisected, as in cut in half, and hidden in the drawing. And I know this is like another part where I'm sitting there going, what the fuck did I just hear? Was the actual word zodiac. And I had never heard anything about that, nor did I know anything about the final zodiac cipher being cracked, because as I said, being really good at math, I knew that there was no way they're going to crack it without the key. And, well, now don't get me wrong, that it is, I mean, honestly, what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A cipher, I will inform everybody, by the way, can be interpreted in many different ways. Sure, you get a name this time, and in fact, the name is a name that this suspect did use. There's the issue. And it's like, wait, hold up. What are you saying again? Yeah. The final zodiac cipher, in fact, had the name in it. And I'm not shitting y'all. It's the same fucking name. This guy went by two names. Early on in life, he went by a specific name. In the second half of his life, he went by this other name. And sure enough, later in life, when the zodiac ciphers were indeed written, he went by the second name. And the second name is, in fact, and this is validated. This is checked by the code breakers and shit, the real ones. That if you interpret it via the key of Elizabeth, his name is in fact in that fucking cipher. And I'm not talking about the first name, which already right off the bat, he's got a weird first name. Not too weird, but weird enough. But you take that the second half of the name he liked to commonly use all the time. Whew, And that is very interesting as far as I'm concerned. It's really, yeah, like how you go by Coach Cruz in some instances and stuff like that. Kind of something like that. But yeah, more commonly not when he was older, he went by the same first name, different last name. Back in the day, this is very common. Aliases and shit used by people all the time. But these are all verified facts. Okay, we now know for a fact that this dude was in fact the one she was running from back then. The Marine ex-boyfriend that was abusive. That's to him. On top of that, we have a weird fucking drawing that not only, and mind you, I'm just going to, I agree right now, he now becomes, in my opinion, he might just now be the best suspect in the Black Dahlia murder that we have. Because I knew about this guy. I didn't know about the surgery skills. I didn't know about all this other shit. And now the drawing and this and that and the other. I'm sorry, he might just take the fast track to number one suspect. It just makes sense. More often than not, people are killed by their family or significant others. He was, or former significant others. Check. Uh, the skills required to do what was done to the body. Check. I mean, hell, if somebody could go back into the DMV records, which, mind you, this was the 1940s, 47, I think. Which, shit, I'm not even sure if the people cared if there was registration back then or tags. But if you could find a car that looks the similar four-door long sedan, fucking black, like the other surgeon has, well, shit, you're starting to line all kinds of shit up. But yeah, if you use Elizabeth as the key, which you can sit there and say that Taco was the key, and it could come out saying Mike Roch, just, I know I'm being humorous or whatever, but I'm trying to make that example known to everybody. There's probably a whole different way that all these ciphers could be misinterpreted. So while the code breakers are saying, hey, that guy's telling the truth. He is telling the truth if you're using that key, but is that the key that the Zodiac actually used is the question. Because that in itself makes a huge bit of difference. Because if it is, and let's okay, fuck the stupid drawing thing. Okay, guy with mental issues and everything else draws his ex-girlfriend who he hates, blah blah blah, cut it in half, writes the name Zodiac hidden in the drawing. Just saying, a little weird. I will put that out there, a little weird. I'm almost wondering if somebody didn't sneak that in later on to kind of make this, all sound just a little bit better. But if it wasn't back put there by him, just saying, it's interesting. It's fucking interesting. On top of that, you've got the cipher cracked. And a logical way that you can think of it, or say the key is, sure, if that's what you need, what the Zodiac used, Elizabeth would be the key. Okay. Interesting. And then we have his name, which I will say right now is Merrill. His actual real name was Merrill Magnolia. Merrill Magnolia. But the real name he was going by at the time later on in life was Merrill. Yeah, Marvin Magnolia. Sorry, I misspoke because I used to know somebody with the first name of Merrill. Marvin Magnolia was the original name of the one who lied, which is another thing. He lied to the cops, said he didn't know who the hell Elizabeth Short was in the first place, said they were never together. That has proven since to be a lie. Now, newspapers also around the time of the Black Dahlia murders reported the suspect in her murder as asking people in the area for the way to get to the Zodiac Motel or hotel. Once again, I'm not, I don't know. It's this little links here and there because you got to remember the Zodiac murders, I believe, like 63, 65, somewhere in there. Yeah, I know it was in the 60s, early 60s, early mid 60s or whatever. So the fact that somebody's running around in 1947 or whatnot, fucking already talking about the Zodiac, kind of weird. But yeah, Marvin Merrill is what he went by for the second half of his life. And inside the Zodiac's final cipher, the one that he always said to have his name, if you use Elizabeth to crack it as the key, comes out as Marvin Merrill. And that is indeed the name he went by until he died. And being somebody who hates my own last name, yeah, if I could just get away with running around being called something different and not have to do all that legal bullshit, I'd do it. So, fuck yeah, I'd totally do it. But Back then, you didn't have to worry about it. You just pretend to be whoever the fuck you wanted, whatever name you liked, apparently, I guess. But Marvin Magnolia was a Marine. He's got pre-med fucking training. He is a Marine. Like I said, what am I saying? You can't say was a Marine. A Marine is a Marine. Sorry, Marines, if I insulted you. Once a Marine, always a Marine. But yeah, and certain things like that are even part of the training themselves. You got somebody who might have a reason to have a severe hatred for the victim, as in, yeah, they were together. She was in fear, running from him. I don't know about the zodiac links. Okay, and there's more to this, mind you. We're not done yet. Holy shit. I just thought I'd throw out some information at you real quick to sit there and go, where? If you know the case, you're going to be like, holy, wait, what? Yeah, exactly. Because nowadays, when I hear something like these, oh, this case has been solved, this case has maybe been solved, or linked, or this, that, I don't pay it much mind. The last time we heard that the Zodiac murders were fucking solved, we found out some idiot that somehow cracked the final cipher, claimed to do so with no prior cryptography training. It's like, or experience. Oh, it's like you just got lucky. Yeah, go fuck yourself, bro. If I can have a conversation with you and you don't know what the fuck I'm saying when it comes to math, you should not be in this. You shouldn't even be in the conversation. Get the fuck out of here. It's as simple as that. But and then the claim that the DNA and all this other crap, and I don't know. It's like the Jack the Ripper shit. You can't prove shit. But shit, you're not going to find something like DNA, and it's. Well, I guess technically you could end up finding something in this case that's different. Maybe even Jack the Ripper could actually be solved to this day. Now, I'm going to give you some more interesting information before I even jump over to all the zodiac information, because I'm going to get your hype up before I crush it. With all the reasons why I think it's not possible that the Zodiac killer is, in fact, the Black Dahlia murder. I could be wrong. Hey, I'm wrong a lot. It's rare, but it happens a lot. And hey, shit happens. I love it when I'm wrong. It's like a special day. It's like a fucking holiday, okay? Everywhere this guy has lived in since then until he died matches one of the places that either a Zodiac type murder seems to have occurred in, or a Zodiac letter has been sent from. Every last place. And apparently these are LA homicide detectives that are actually on board with this code breaker guy. And this guy's a code breaker and a cold case investigator. So he does have his chops, apparently. Give him that much. I heard him talk, and you know what? He didn't seem like he was full of shit. I mean, I'm just saying. That's the reason I gave Hodel's son a fucking shot, because when he started talking, the shit he said made fucking sense. I was like, hey, you know what? You talked some good shit. Okay, you got my attention. Let's talk. Let's conversate about this. And believe it or not, I've actually had conversations with Hodel's son. You can do so on the internet quite often, quite easily. But then you can actually have conversations with all kinds of people on here. That guy in the Golden State Killer case, Paul, what's his face? I've actually talked to him. Paul Knowles, I think. Yeah, I've talked to him. I've talked to many people. But it's really awesome to have a conversation with somebody that knows what the fuck they're talking about in regards to these cases, that knows the facts, knows things about it, knows the hidden shit and all this other stuff. But yeah, every single place this guy lived, all the way to fucking Atlanta, Georgia itself, is linked possibly to the Zodiac via a murder that seems just like one that the Zodiac would commit, like almost like a copycat murder, apparently, or just so happened to be one of the magical areas that sent a Zodiac letter to the press or police after the murders. And that in itself, I don't know, that's just more circumstantial. It makes me just think, but it's not going to point me in that direction because, and there's probably, I have to take a minute to think about it, but there's probably more shit leaking the Zodiac. But let's start crushing everybody's hopes and dreams because everybody likes something better than to link some crazy psycho fucking murders together because it's almost like it's written for a fucking movie. I mean, like Flora and Delphi. If you could somehow link those two together more than that's already been done, mind you, don't get ahead of yourselves, motherfuckers. Okay. But if you could somehow link those and then somehow link those to the police or law enforcement and all this other shit, oh my god, you got a fucking bestseller. Just saying, hypothetically. I'm a writer. I know how it goes. If you have a way, in fact, that Lindsay Budziak, the murder of the real estate agent in British Columbia, the way they told her story in a loose way for the movie, the Netflix movie, The Reptile, it was interesting. Throwing in the corruption, the drug dealing, and the fucking murder and all that shit together and stuff. Tossing some Benicio del Toro, a little Justin Timberlake. Hey, you got something there. I'm just saying, it's a good movie. But yeah, in reality, most of these crimes are just committed by different psychos at different times for different psychotic reasons. And it's sad. Um, it was never said that the Zodiac was ever a fucking Marine. If I remember right, wasn't it said that he was probably in the Air Force because of a specific pair of boots or some shit? Either mentioned or seen or something like that. Like the footprints or some shit. It's something like that. But there was a reason why specifically they thought the Zodiac had literally been in the Air Force, I think, if I remember correctly. And that's just a dumb reason. The easiest reason I can really point out is the difference in modus operandi and signature. Now, if you don't understand what the hell I'm saying, well, you probably shouldn't be here because I'd expect people here to at least know that much. And that is plain and simple. A modus operandi is the method that the killer uses. Now, don't get me wrong. In my vast experience with all these fucked up cases, I have found rare instances where a killer does, in fact, change his modus operandi. That is fact. What things that don't change are like signatures. And a signature is something that is done to the scene or the victim that doesn't have to be done, that the killer must do every single time. Now, these are the things that don't change. It's almost like a ritual. It's something the killer might even subconsciously do in the process of the crime itself. Now, that's a whole different story. It becomes like muscle memory and the fact that, and no, there's nothing in the modus operandi, there's nothing in the signature that, to me, links the Zodiac murders and fucking Elizabeth Short. It's just period. You have a killer with surgical skill, using scalpels and all kinds of crazy shit, taking his time with the body, draining the body of its blood. See, there we go. That starts to become part of the signature. He didn't have to drain the body of its blood, but he did so. Why? He had to dissect it. He didn't have to. Why? You get what I mean? Those are things that are considered part of the signature, things that you don't have to do that doesn't actually contain the reason why you're killing them, or the fact that you killed them or whatever. BTK, everybody always has a fucking signature. Delphi has a signature. Every crime, every murder, damn near every crime, honestly, that has a single victim or whatever, usually has a fucking signature. And these serial offenders and all this other stuff, yeah, it becomes so commonplace that they don't even know themselves that they're doing it. And it's damn near impossible to stop doing it in the first place. While it is not very uncommon to hear about a killer changing his modus operandi, Ted Bundy, BTK, all kinds of other people, it is very rare, mind you, for a killer to change their signature. And but if we were hypothetically saying, and the Zodiac came first, timeline wise, I would possibly consider it because you've got violent crimes. Some use Blade to commit, all kinds of other stuff. The signature's still not there, but maybe he was perfecting it. I don't fucking know. But the fact that Zodiac came second, you don't. I know killers' mentality and all this shit tend to deteriorate as time goes by, but Elizabeth Short's killer, it seems to enjoy the fact that he remained hidden this entire time. Zodiac, on the other hand, likes the fact that he's been hidden this entire time, but he wanted his victims to know he was coming. He stalked them with the hood on. They saw him across the bank. They saw him here. They saw him there. He wanted them to feel that fear of, hey, there's a weird looking guy over there. He might hurt me. And then he would. That in itself is two different, like I said, but that's modus operandi. It's kind of rare, but for somebody to change it, but nobody in the Elizabeth Short case used a gun. And we know that Zodiac used multiple guns. Nobody wrote anything in blood. We do know that also Zodiac wrote things in blood. But we come into another similarity. Both killers, and I say both because I still think it's two separate killers, maybe even three, but sent letters to the press and shit. That's another weird thing. Yes, they in fact did send some letters and shit. Both of them did. They both sent items proving that they were, in fact, the killer of the victim they're claiming to the press and police. In the Zodiac, everybody remembers, sure, they've heard about the Paul Stein, the taxi cab driver murder. A piece of his shirt that was still bloody and everything else was cut away from his body and sent as part of the things in the press. Well, in the Elizabeth Short case, I think similarly, a piece of her shirt or some dress or something like that covered in her blood was in fact sent to the press, and some of her address books and some other shit. So indeed, there are some similarities there. But then again, they're both in the Vallejo area type of Northern California. How do we know that the Zodiac wasn't just doing an homage? We don't. If I was the Zodiac and I was trying to think of a really fucked up murderer to fucking duplicate somewhat, I picked the Black Dahlia. In a way that makes its own sense, I guess. But I will say, even though I don't like it, those things do check out. What are you talking about, Gatorade and water? The Gators got them. Everybody knows who Chooch is. I don't even know. Fishy, who is Chooch? You know who Chooch is, right? Chooch is a channel that was broadcasted all over Sneeze Channel and everything else. Like I said, if I remember correctly, the channel was a parody channel, a meme channel. Correction, not parody, meme channel that was made by, and Fishy was in the root. Yeah, or the knot. My bad, not the root. The knot. My bad. Sue Wright, Yellow Jacket, and fucking Angela. I thought everybody knew that. You name of the other what? The Suspects or what? Oh, don't act all shady, McFady. Seriously, that's what I don't like. It's like, man, be transparent. Everybody knows who the hell Tooth was, and I was so annoyed by it, but because I liked Tooch. Don't get me wrong, I do like Angela and Yellow Jacket. It's fun to mess with. Sue's nice. I mean, yeah, I've had conversations with all three. Angela's nice, very polite and fun. Sue is very polite to me and very nice person to talk to. Yellow Jacket hates my fucking guts. She can't stand me for the like we have a love hate relationship. Like she loves to hate me, and it's great. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Like I've gotten into fucking debates with her and DB at the same time in criminality's Discord over certain instances. And I think that one thing they hate about me more often than not is the fact that I make sense and I'm willing to bend in parts or even their in points they're trying to make when I actually believe that what they're saying happens to actually be true. Because people need to get over this whole fucking feuding bullshit. There's no us versus them or this, that, and the other. I'm sorry, we all know the truth. If you don't know the truth, you're in the denial, you're delirious, or both. Um, or you're new. And if you're new, you shouldn't be talking in the first place. If you get some experience behind the bullshit that you're saying, okay, you should then have a say in it. But if this is your first set of crimes started with Delphi, no, shut the fuck up. You don't no. You don't get to talk until you got at least I don't know 100 fucking maybe 100. Yeah, I think 100 at least. Sue Wright. You know who Sue Wright is? The initial, actual, real leader of the knot, or at least everybody thought was the leader of the knot. I'm still wondering to this day. How you act like you don't know who Sue Wright is? Everybody knows she's the old ass lady or whatever that they used to call the real leader of the knot. Albeit, she was always really nice to me and shit like that. And she did give us information plenty of times about the knot once she did in fact leave. But I don't know. I still don't. I don't put it past her, but at the same time, yeah, she's capable of being the leader of the knot. Somebody had to lead them financially. Because if you think that the other two were doing that, so money wise, no, somebody was financially fucking providing for that group and stuff like that, and it makes much better sense that Sue was doing so. I mean, like for happenstance, like if somebody wanted to claim that someone in the troll farm or whatever was financially providing for the whole group, there's a few people I could think of. I'm not going to sit there and name them and all this other crap, but yeah, it is a possibility. What? Nobody said that any channel was DB. Oh, is that what part of this whole bullshit thing or whatever, where everybody thinks everybody's DB or whatever? No, I don't think everybody's DB. I know when I'm talking DB. DB, I know every time, anytime I'm talking to DB because it turns into a debate. The one was called True Crime or some shit. And yeah, that's what I said. Angela was literally on the channel. If I remember right, Yellow Jacket was maybe in there too. But I know it was what they called their meme channel. Yeah. Now, I only bring up DB is because when I got into the debate with Yellow Jacket, what's a knot? Well, okay. I came up with for the life of me, for the longest time, I thought a specific reason why the knot was, in fact, the knot and called the knot. When I finally did ask, they said I was right. I'm not saying I actually am right. They might be full of shit or telling me I'm right for bullshit. I don't know. But the knot was the tree in the West Memphis 3 murders. The Devil's Knot, and everybody talks about the West Memphis 3 is literally the biggest bullshit when it comes to a conviction that came before this. In fact, Mata was involved amongst a whole bunch of other people, coincidentally, or did everybody forget that? In fact, my thoughts were that everybody in that group the OGs or whatnot met them each other during West Memphis 3. And like I said, you don't have to listen to me, but if you want to, in fact, look it up. Well, yeah, I asked Angela and all of them a long time ago. I said, hey, are you basing the knot because of the Devil's Knot? If you don't know what the Devil's Knot is in regards to West, do you know West Memphis 3 at all? Because I'm starting to wonder if you know that case at all. Because if you know that case, I shouldn't have to explain at all anymore what the Devil's Knot is. You're wrong. The knot, like I said, it was the tree where the bodies were found in Robin Hood Hills. The tree that was all twisted and bit out of shape and everything else, the landmark where the three boys were found, was called the Devil's Knot. But like I said, nobody has to believe me. That's as it was told to me. I just asked if I was right. They said yes. I don't know. Don't care really, but yeah. And you would think if it was used for such a lame reason, just say not, then they would do so. I don't know. Spell it right at least. It's spelled not as in tying a knot, or a tree would have a knot. And the victims in the West Memphis 3 case were all tied up in knots and left by a tree that had a specific name that included knot. Who was all? There's too many to list. Way too many to list. Angela, Sue Wright, fucking Yellow Jacket, DB, Fishy, Luis, Surveillance, or what's her? I can't. I'm not trying to throw her under the bus or anything like that, but these are actual members. Who's Your Cold Case? I mean, yeah, you name it. The side of the pro defense in Delphi, the majority of them that have been around for the longest time, they all were in the knot. I think Dan at one point was in the knot, even actually. Yeah, anybody and everybody at one point in time sit there and said was on the innocent side, pro-innocent side of everything else, or basically the people that came from the knot. Vicarious one. What are you talking about? Vicarious Vigilante? Which one? There was 3. Vicarious Vigilante was a compound account first created by Bossy and in the archive, aka Chris. And then from that point on, yeah, it sounds like Chevy would be not, so I agree with that. If he was even around back then, I'm not sure. I never asked him. But if he was around back then, yeah, he's probably was a member of the knot, because she was not head, but yeah, she was definitely not. Yeah, the Mean Girls, any of the ones that were actually around, the Cranks, yeah, the Cranks, yeah, well, okay, there were members of the troll farm that were in the knot. There were members of the troll farm that were in the Cranks, or are in the Cranks. A lot of people don't know that who the Cranks leadership. I would say it's Angela and Yellow Jackets, DB, Fiend. I mean, technically he'd be like a moderator to them, but still, I mean, he'd be around the level almost nearby, like a DB kind of, like just miniaturized. No, I have no idea. I don't know. Yeah, that's them. Well, I don't know if criminality. I know she's a mean girl. Criminality used to be Troll Farm. Here's another thing that most people didn't know. Who's Your Cold Case? Used to be in the Troll Farm. Yeah, there are members of the Troll Farm that are now in the Cranks. And we're in the knot even. And they were in the Troll Farm before that. Yes, there was. It's like people didn't know for the longest time that Captain Howdy was a fucking member of the troll farm at the end. You were never in the knot? I could have swore you were in the knot. No, you were in the knot. You like ran around fucking. Yeah, you were totally in the knot, dude. Totally in the knot. Maybe you weren't in the Discord, but you were technically a member of the group because she didn't get Discord until I conned her into getting Discord. So Discord wise, no, she wasn't in the knot because it all was a Discord server basically. But in reality, did she run around with Angela and all them other motherfuckers? Yes, yes, she did. That's how she got popular in the first place, as being, well, I'm not going to give away your alter ego, Fishy, don't worry. Yeah, she was not groupie. That is a fact. You totally were. You told me you were literally one of them. Oh my god! Don't even, Gerald. Don't make me go get receipts. I'm just saying. Don't make me go get receipts. You know I can. I'm just fucking with you. But yeah, when I first met Fishy or whatever, everybody didn't like her because of, well, the ones that knew who her alter ego was, because everybody somewhat knew who it was. I didn't know who it was for the life of me. I knew who Fishy was, but I didn't know about this other person. I think I knew her for like a month or a couple months even. I think it was a while. Until one certain point she was just, oh, by the way, I'm also this person. And I'm like, ew, shame, shame, shame. Why are you hanging out with us again? You weirdo. You're spy. You're spy. Yeah, that's everybody's first take on Fishy. She was a spy. Dude, you can't look at my screenshots. There's too many. It's fucked up. You did know me for a while before you came out and told me that you're who you were. That is fact. And she seemed like the world's worst spy too, because she was like trying to be everybody's buddy and shit. I'd be like, no, I don't want to talk to you, so I'd block her, and then she'd get mad because I had her blocked for the longest time, and she'd tell other people to tell me to unblock her and all this other crap over and over again. I'm like, no, 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 because even if you are not a spy, even if I could care less if you are a former member of what seems to be the knot, you're fucking weird, and yeah, there was a bunch of other reasons, but yeah, you get the point. Fishy's a fucking spy. Yeah, she's a spy, a long-term spy that's not very good at hiding her shit. But no, I mean, yeah, I don't even need to answer that question, but I will joke around and shit like that about it. But it's like me, okay. Well, she, on the other hand, could have been considered an affiliate, I guess, of the Knot. I was more directly on the inside of the whole fucking pro blah blah troll farm, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But on a regular basis, I used to get yelled at all the time because I would be watching in chats and shit for Rick Snay or the prof or fucking Angela or you name it. I really didn't care because I needed to get the perspective from everybody's point of view, not just one side, because that's how you get all this information and you just are missing a massive chunk of it. You shouldn't be doing it that way in the first place, period. So honestly, Casey could be the world's worst spy, or she could literally be somebody who's half as intelligent as me, which means that says a lot in my book. Uh, yeah, I really don't know about any like secret groups. I mean, I'd have to know the members, and if they were the members, then I could just be like, "Hey," because you gotta understand, anybody I know, I can still come up to this at this exact moment and be like, "Yo, bitch, what the fuck am I hearing about this shit?" And then they'll just straight up tell me. I'm like, okay, like say my example would be like my Discord server. We're this fucking Discord server in regards to Delphi is concerned. There's a bunch of weird motherfuckers who should not be in one place at one time, and they're all just chilling in the same place. But what was it? It's V. Well, V appears to be not here, I guess. That's what I'm saying, and that's why I said, like, if she is supposedly a spy, she's the worst spy ever. I mean, you got to know the whole story of the fishy story, and as one who does know quite a bit of the fishy story, I I could definitely go without hearing most of it again. Yeah, there's quite a bit of it I definitely would choose to go back to and not read. If you catch the yeah, is the Inquisitor the spy? Yes. Now, for who is the question? And the fact that you're calling him the Inquisitor makes me giggle too. See, my friends, I call by name. Piper. Who the fuck is Piper? Is that Rich Nee's ex-wife? The Inquisitor is funny as shit. I love the Inquisitor. Even if yeah, he could tell me he's a spy right now for the troll farm, and I would just giggle and say, "Yeah, I know." It's like, okay, let's flat out tell you, the spies that make me giggle most of all, because you can tell so badly that they're fucking spies. That's why they make me giggle, or at least that's what they were sent in to do in the first place. But then somehow we all started getting along, and that just threw everything out the window. And that would be this person that you keep referring to as their account as the name Rudy, or I call him Rudy. You call him the Inquisitor. That would be Rudy, or so he claims his name to be. And yeah, I've been told plenty of things about him. Yeah, the Inquisitor's a dude. If you didn't know, he's definitely a dude. I've heard him. I've talked to him. You know, I know who the dude is. Bunny aliens. I thought she got taken away to a better world. The Inquisitor! There he is! Who is? Oh, ACB. I've heard that name before too. But yeah, you know, if Rudy told me he was a spy, he asked him. I would giggle. Yeah, I'd be like, I don't care. I don't really care. As far as I'm concerned, Rudy's cool. As far in my terms, I'm cool with it. He's cool with me. That's all I care about. I have friends on both sides, and I don't really care if they're sharing information because if anybody were to ask me what I know right out in the open from either side, I'd probably still fucking just tell you. So the fact that somebody would send spies to ask me something is just silly. Because I would just come out and say it. I'm like big fucking mouth. ACB, if that's I remember correctly, that's like the person who posted a lot of comments and shit on like prop videos or crank videos or something like that. I think, right? I have seen them many times. They've spoken to me. Yeah, I still. Well, I mean, everybody knows. I don't who is ACB. I don't know a commenter. But if say they told me something specifically about their personal life, well, that's none of your fucking business. And even if it's true or not, you don't need to know. Period. Julia. Isn't that fucking the crazy bitch who does the bikini video and scares the hell out of me every time she does? I think, right? She's been gone for a while. If that's the same person I'm thinking of. Who has no idea what is Peggy talking about? Oh, you talking about Gary? Honestly, it seemed weird in the first place to me too, but it hadn't gotten to the point where I reached out to him and just asked him it myself. I probably just would have if I actually. I don't know where all that weird shit's coming from. I honestly don't know. There's a lot of people like that, though. There's a lot of people that think they know better and that think weird shit's going on behind the scenes and all kinds of other weird shit. It's like almost like a criminal network or a true crime design in their own way, minus the creator part of it, I guess. Because at least criminal network and true crime design, those people actually create. Some people just sit in the background, just like starting shit. No, no, no. I would not call it. Yeah, you will never hear me say that Rudy's troll because in my mind that's not entirely true. He is a pro-state person. I wouldn't even say pro-state. He just feels like Richard Allen is fucking guilty, and to each his own. Right? Right. I know that dude. Trust me. I know. Trust me, dude. You are cool with me, man. I don't hate on fucking Rudy. Rudy was like, be chill, man. Be chill like that. Another person in their own way is associated. You think Charles is Dino? No, Charles is Charles. Charles is necessary evil. Charles is just me. If you've known me long enough, you've probably seen me on the camera many a time. You've never seen Dino. Oh, but I do think Dino and Hebby are the same person. I do wonder about that. That's a possibility. Yeah, I know. It's people with half-assed investigations. You know, they see somebody going alongside of a group long enough, they start to like Tom Webster. Tom Webster is not troll farm. I want to make sure everybody knows that because Tom's my buddy too. I love Tom. Tom's great. Um, I almost wish that Fig hadn't gotten involved because I really had no issue with Fig either. I don't know what's up with this whole Peggy thing, and I haven't spoken about it until just now. But it doesn't seem like something in my mind that Fig would do. They just don't. So when I heard about it, I was just like, "What? Heck no! I don't know. Yeah, I haven't spoke to him personally or whatever about it, but it just I don't know. It just don't. It's weird. It's just fucking weird. That is not the person I used to talk to or whatever else. Uh, and Chickpea, of course, is just Chickpea, and I got no bad issues with Chickpea either. If these people happen to push somebody else's buttons, oh well, that's your business. If you got an issue with them, well, take it up with them. I'm not gonna make my hate or whatever go over people I consider friends or whatever just because they're not getting along with somebody else. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, she retired. Oh, yeah, and it wasn't like I was even trying to call Chickpea or Fig out or whatever when the whole stuff involving I'm gonna get yelled at for saying it, but Jill and all that popped out. But it's like I talked to a psychologist, and she even agreed that maybe it's good to let her vent some and everything else. To finally, because she had been silenced for all this time, and honestly, it blew up in my face. So I had to remove the live because I didn't know the situation and the condition she was in at the time. So I dealt with it the best that I could. But we still got information from it in regards. I guess. I mean, yeah. I'm trying to, skinny guy, real person. Friend of Stu. See, y'all still be talking about weird names even I don't know about. I know accounts and the people I consider friends. I basically know their names if they actually. You never heard of fucking the Inquisitor, dude? He's like the know all see all of fucking Delphi. It's like you can talk shit about his stance on what he believes or who he believes the crime is done, but the videos on his channel literally break down every facet of the fucking every tip that you can think of that's been mentioned publicly or whatever. Just about everything. Bobby, who's Bobby? Oh yeah, for sure. Delphi used to be real fucking fun. That's what I don't get. Okay, no, I'm not. Okay, like I said, I know Fig. I'm not gonna say he's like my best friend or anything like that, but it just, I don't know. And the fact that Fig would have to be helping Bossy, and Bossy doesn't even troll farm anymore. It's just, you can have friends that are in the troll farm and not be troll farm, but why would the people in the troll farm be helping? It just don't make any. It's not the math's not massive. If that makes any sense. Oh, I don't know. The video said that there was a voicemail by and the guy that was trying to server, my server was trying to get a hold of you, this, that, and the other, and he mentions the name Gary as in the person that's trying to serve her. Now, at first, I didn't remember who the fuck. I'm like, I know there's a Gary, but I can't remember who the fuck the Gary is for the life of me. And in real short time, I remembered very quickly. I'm like, oh shit, that's right. Big is Gary. Yeah, I mean, he would be the Gary, but yeah, I just, I don't see him doing immature BS like that. And how do I put this in a way that I think no matter how I respond to this, I'm going to get yelled at. See, I really don't like Bossy. No, I really don't. I got good reasons to not like Bossy. I'm not going to get into the reasons why I don't like Bossy, but I don't like Bossy. Bossy has not liked me from day one. She might have points at some of those reasons, sure. But I really just don't like her too much in my own reason. No, I just don't. I don't like the way she does things. She doesn't like the way I do things. It's just not. I'm not a fan of Bossy. Yeah, I just don't really like her. Um, when all this bullshit's going down and everybody's calling me a fucking pervert and all this other shit. No, no, no. Okay, for one, I snitched on her, but didn't think that was a fucking secret. Okay, because in my group of people, everybody knew the vicarious vigilante person was fucking Bossy. It was like the worst told secret in the world. So the fact that y'all were asking me about it just seemed silly to me. So it didn't seem like I was snitching on anybody because I thought everybody fucking knew that, right? Not really any new info, honestly. He might have been, and that's I can't take too much. For the life of me, I'd love nothing better than to eliminate King Klein and Tony Klein, but until I can have a good down and about talk with right now, she's sick, and other reasons that I'm not going to get into that are personal with her and stuff like that, that we're trying to work through and stuff. And then I plan to just have a nice little run through and go through it. But there's a lot of information that it's interesting. Abuse, emotional, stuff like that, not real physical abuse, too much of that. But, as far as I can, as I've gathered, so I mean, plus his prior things where he's caused violence and did crimes against children and all this other stuff. I can't displace him in regards of Delphi is concerned. I guess the obituary. Oh, the obituary. I already. Oh my god, you're gonna get into talk about the. Look, okay, just because I'm everybody's ally now and not on one side. Okay, I'm sad to say you're just not going to get me to say something that I don't believe is honestly truth. And everything I know about the obituary is that they came from y'all's side. I even have some information that's backed up by Holly herself later on. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. Like I said, it's been mildly hinted at that. Wait, who was behind it? The obituary? That like I said, I don't know about that whole thing. It's too well done to be. I mean, I guess. Now, see, I don't want to think you want me to talk about the things that are in motion at the moment in time, because the things that are in motion at the time, you got to learn how to pace yourself, man. Oh yeah, somebody made a fake obituary a long time ago for Holly, right after King Klein's, I think, conviction or something like that, when people were really dissing on her and everything else. Uh, it was like a bullshit story where Holly had killed herself, and they actually contacted a obituary website and stuff and made up a legitimate looking, you know, obituary for Holly. And yeah, it was made for Holly in regards to Holly. And as a joke later on, I actually wanted to make one for Rich Name just because I thought it would be funny, and he would have probably gotten a crack out of it. No, 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 no. I didn't. If you can somehow provide anything that says no, no, incorrect. As far as I'm concerned, I was contacted by the site that made the obituary and everything else, and Prop's own video, his own video. Like I said, I like to be in my own side, and that means I have to sit here and to be true and honest to myself. I just can't just make shit up for either side. I'm just not going to do it. The site itself gave me the IP of where it was supposedly uploaded from. That same IP was also in a video that a creator uploaded about the obituary. The IP itself is not from Indiana. Well, actually, one of them ones, since it was uploaded twice, mind you, not just once, because I had it taken down once, and then a second IP had it re-uploaded, and then I had it taken down twice. Might even have been uploaded 3 times, but I know the first 2 times I took it out. I was also the one that got a hold of Holly directly through her cell phone and verified that she was in fact still alive. But no, I can give information from everybody. Whose IP address it was? I told you a long time ago, but you didn't want to listen. The same IP that the website gave me from the obituary website was in the same IP that was used. Why I said Holly? Because I just told you 2 different IPs were used to upload the obituary. One of those came from Indiana. That would be the first one. Now, I don't believe Holly made it, but yeah, I do believe she had something to do with uploading it. At least I assume so. Because I don't know Holly's exact IP, but that was definitely an Indiana IP. And I do have a site that's used for phlebotomy inertias. And that same IP does seem to register as the same one that Holly had uploaded her information on, which is how I got her cell phone, which is how I called her, which is how I verified her still aliveness. The second IP that somehow re-uploaded this obituary, as far as I know, take it as you will and everything else, it was the same IP that was in the IP of the video of the creator that was talking about it at the time, and that would have been the prop. Now, I didn't think we were going to get to somehow talking about this again, but is hunting evil a derp a kook? I would call hunting evil a kook. Aspen wasn't even. Whoa. Where are you getting aspirin from? Aspirin wasn't even in troll farm back then. Now you just sound silly. I think, right? Plus, it doesn't match up with the IPs. One came from fucking Colorado, the other one came from Indiana. It much better makes sense that it came from Holly's own personal IP address, and then it came from the profs. Even the prof acknowledges the fact that the IP and all that in the video checks out with his, but it's for a different reason. Now, mind you, I'm not discounting that reason and all kinds of other stuff, but I'm just telling you what I'm saying checks out. As far as I know, anybody I know did not make the IP. I mean, no. Look at what we're dealing with at the moment in time. And what I already told you, I think specific people did in the thing that we're talking about lately, right? Now look at the things that were sent to the people in those. There's too much skill level and thought process and stuff put. Really, you're giving people much more credit than they deserve. This is a methodical person that takes their time and plans shit out. They would have sat there and written out a really nice fucking obituary and everything else. And most of these people couldn't stand Holly enough to even make up some nice lies about her for like an hour. I'm just saying. That's how I feel. They instead send condoms full of lube and shit in the mail. It is what it is. You know, it doesn't match the modus operandi of the suspects that you're naming. How about that? To get back to the subject at hand. Oh, the Chris Hansen video? No. I know all about that. Yeah, no, definitely that was troll farm. That for real. We all know that was troll farm, dude. We know that. But no, for sure. The Chris Hansen stuff was definitely fucking troll farm. What do you tell us? Come on. That was funnier than shit, dog. In fact, I'm sorry. That was one of the funniest little tidbits I've ever seen in my life. Is Chris Hansen himself. You couldn't do better now with AI coming out, but fucking. Well, no, I mean, I'm trying to remember exactly who did it or whatever, but it doesn't really bother me. I can't remember if Bossy actually paid for it or whatever. But that was definitely us. I'm trying to remember exactly who did it or whatever. And my anything I can't remember, I have a source for that information. And if I really, she probably is watching. So if my text starts going off, I'll let you know. There was a nice crease. There was no. That was the real legitimate Chris Hansen. No, I know it had something to do with Bossy. I'm not sure if Bossy paid for it, but I thought somebody may have bought it for Bossy. That's true. I know Bossy's definitely in the story. I'm just not sure how much one of those things cost, but it was not an impersonator. That was the real deal, dog. That was the real deal, okay? That was Cameo, my bro. That was the real Chris Hansen. You got top of the line, everybody. Y'all got motherfucking the prop. They flew out the non-stops, dog. They paid the money up a Cameo, and they got the real Chris Hansen to do that shit. That's why it was like, come on, guys, you got to take this as a compliment. Yeah. He legitimately, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying somebody actually legitimately paid the money, which I'm not necessarily entirely sure. That's what I'm trying to remember, but I can only think of one person that would have that kind of money just fucking lying around that would play around with it like that. So, when I first thought of money to waste, would probably be Tyler Carpenter, but it doesn't seem to jog well with the whole story. But yes, I do know it involved Bossy. I'm not just lying. I mean, you call this this isn't whistleblowing. It's just not. Dude, I'm trying. I just told you I'm not sure who paid for it. Which part of that you gotta understand? Literally, I have a source for all that. My memory is really fucking good, but not all this. Period. Yeah, I don't know how much it cost. I don't know. I do know somebody paid for it, and I'm trying to remember for the life of me if it was somebody else. But I do remember. Because I haven't thought about this in like fucking well over almost 2 years at least. I thought everybody knew this by now. I really did. Think what? Oh, they come up there? Okay, hold on. Device copy. And I don't want to hear, oh, well, you said this, that, the other thing else. Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying at this exact moment, I tried the life of me to remember what exactly was as it was told to me. That's what I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I might have been. What did I just say? Oh my lord, do you not understand English? I know it's your second language or whatever, but I'm telling you, I don't always remember every detail right off the bat, and it's not like I care whether or not anybody knows. I just have a source that will remind me if I need to ask. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's Noe. Don't you know I'm the most relevant motherfucker around?
Good evening, Charles.
Yeah, and it was funny because
Well,
they called me irrelevant and all
I'm
this other
sorry.
stuff. I'm
Good
like,
morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry, sir. Good morning, sir.
what's up? No, no, like I said, it's not that I care about the information being out. I just sometimes I
Okay.
just can't remember something.
Well,
And you
let's
caught me
go.
by surprise when you talked about Chris Hayes. It was like, oh
Well,
shit, I forgot
you
about
were
that.
bringing up old stuff.
Well, somebody else was
I mean, you
asking me,
were
the
coming.
crunch person, who's
You
probably
were
Gibbo or somebody's asking me questions, but they might also be,
you were coming clean,
um,
so I figured it's not a big deal. Because I
oh
mean,
no,
you know
no,
how I am.
yeah, I really don't mind. Like I said, if I can remember exactly how it goes, I know the story did
Yeah, I
concern
know.
Bossy. So I'm going to
Okay.
agree with that part. I'm not sure Bossy, because if it was like $150, okay, then it probably was all Bossy that did. Now, if
I
it's a
think there's a.
cameo,
I
it's like
think there's a. There,
expensive, then I might think that somebody else did it. But for the life of
it,
me, I couldn't remember because I always thought it was just Bossy that bought it herself. But if they're
okay.
$500, it's like, whoa, hold up.
I believe there is a screenshot. I know I've seen it where she's communicating with, I'm not gonna say who because I don't remember who, but the five hundred
Hmm.
dollars is they talk about the $500 and it's
Oh, I'm
clear
not
that
disagreeing with you. Yeah, I'm not.
it's clear
For the
that
life of me,
she paid for, or I don't know, like she paid for it out of her out of pocket, or somebody
that's what I'm
sponsored
wondering
it,
about.
but there was Bossy in it. Okay, there. So I'm. You were talking about something. I don't know what triggered this, but anyway. So the obit. I have you on record saying that.
Oh, the obits? No, I don't think you could have had me on the record saying that
No.
period.
Let's go back in
If
time
you
about
can, I'd love to see
two
it
and a half
provided because I
years,
never
maybe
once said
three.
at all that we had
Okay,
anything to do
but
with the obituary.
listen,
Because
listen.
I was the one, even Troll Farm doesn't know the information in regards to the obituary that I have. I was the
But
one that
listen.
had it shut down multiple times. I was the one in direct contact with the site itself.
Well, look.
So I had
We
the
thought.
information and everything else that nobody else had. And even if I was trying to dick over the Troll Farm, I wouldn't just make something up.
Okay.
And I don't like saying it because I don't hate y'all. I didn't hate y'all then, but I'm like, y'all ain't my enemies. They ain't my enemies. Ain't nobody my enemies, but I'm not going to throw people under the bus. Uh, if I said something otherwise, well, then I'd like to somehow know or see
You
about it
already
because
threw.
for the life of me, I do not remember that.
You
And
already
this
threw.
wouldn't be the first time that you guys told me that you had
Damn,
me saying
bro.
something or the other, and I knew for a fact it didn't, and then it never transpired. So I'm sorry, and no hate to y'all or anything like that. If I somehow knew that information as being truth in the slightest, I would say there's a chance. And there is still a chance that the obituary thing could have been someone from the trail farm, but that matter was not ever given me in any information in regards to. The information I have are all from the outside of troll farm instances.
Activity.
Like
Okay, go
I
ahead.
was one of the first ones
Next,
to see the obituary pop up
Charles.
when it was
I don't
linked,
wanna.
and then when it was
I
linked to
don't wanna
me,
go off like the
uh,
last time, Charles. You need to
huh?
say I said I don't want to go off like the last time. You need to. You need to make your point, blah, 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 and then
No, because the
stop
last
talking.
time,
Then me, and then my turn. Then your turn. Then my. Okay, so go. One, two, three, go.
well, like I said, all I know is I don't know any part of the troll farm that had anything to do with the obituary, and I think they would have sneezed by now. Period.
Oh,
Because it was hilarious.
okay. All right. We're not gonna go all the way back. I'm just saying that you released some information to me, and that information went back to Bossy. Uh, and what I understand is Aspen and Deb had it, and they made sure that I got it, but it did not. That did not originate from Prof or myself or Julie or none. We thought it was Snay. We thought it was Snay. We could have
It could
swore
have
it
been.
was Snay. We used to blame
It could
Snay.
have actually been. I don't know
The
who made
only
the
reason
thing.
we knew
All I
about
know is
Bossy was because of you, Mr. Charles.
no, no. I'm telling you. You also said that I told you um, That yeah, you always keep saying that. I tell you,
That's
Bossy
it.
was the one that did that, and never once could provide the actual evidence of thus.
No,
It's been
you
years
told me
now.
it was Bossy. You told me it was Bossy. Now, but the Chris Hansen is a separate thing. You never told me anything. But you told. Look, sir, I have the video. I mean, I have the recording.
There is no video because it can only
No,
be
no, no.
audio,
There's a
and
recording. Remember, I used to record everything.
you
You
played
told me.
a 18-second recording and not at all said a word in the recording about that Bossy doing anything about the obituary. You played the part
I
where I said that she was vicarious vigilante. That's like I said,
okay.
that was the
Well,
worst told secret in the
yeah,
whole
but it,
group.
it it was Bossy. So let's just it was her because look, let's look in. Let's take things into
Dude, she
perspective.
writes in colored pencil and she writes like a
Let's take
2-year-old
things
that
into
uses her left
perspective.
hand.
Okay, my turn. Let's
Oh
take
Lord.
things into perspective. If you remember, if you go back and remember, we had attended the sentencing of Kegan Klein in
Yep,
Peru, Indiana, and there was a big
yep,
old
I
fight
remember
in
that.
the courtroom. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And
Mm-hmm.
Jinx and Bossy had posted themselves. Jinx was by my truck, and Bossy was
Mm-hmm.
right outside the courtroom in the hallway. And as soon
I
as
remember all
the
that like it
light
was
came
yesterday.
out,
Yep.
boom, they wanted to interview us or her, not me, right? Her, but I was with
Mm-hmm.
her. Okay.
Yep.
So there was a feud. It was during the time when those two ladies hated Holly so much. Okay. But we never thought it was Bossy. We thought it was Rick Snay. And
I'm
may I
telling
ask
you,
you,
I
please
never told you it was Bossy.
elaborate about the IP address. You just said that
The IP address, okay,
the IP
Prophet
address
actually
came
was the
from
one to release.
Colorado and Indiana. Elaborate on that.
Yes, yes, the website itself, since I was the one that literally got in contact because I was the first one, I guess. I don't know. It was turns out that the Indiana IP was the first one to send it off, but you could tell that by reading the whole thing in the whole, based on at least what I knew of Holly's comments and all this other stuff, that even if Holly was the one that uploaded it herself, she was not the one that wrote it. Even the pictures were ones that were easily found. So that didn't help anything. And whoever it was being really nice in regards to Holly, and I don't see anybody in the troll farm doing that. That's where it didn't make
No,
sense.
come
You know,
on.
Bossy would have to be.
No, no. I disagree with you, Charles, that the troll farm wouldn't do something like that. Woo, woo,
I'm just
wee.
that would require them to fake being nice about her. They would sneakily try to sneak. You don't understand.
The whole
Bossy
thing was
would have
horrible.
sneakily.
The whole idea was
Hey, what did you just
terrible.
say about
Yeah, it's kind of
stopping
like
people from talking and this and that? Right now, you're fucking interrupting me.
I'm
So
sorry.
you're just literally talking about the same thing you were just complaining about. Okay, so chill.
I know. I
What
know.
I'm saying is, you're saying Bossy of all people. Bossy has a bad temper and a very fucking nasty fucking mouth and everything else. Even if she's slick Rick concerned, and I'm not using that as Rick Snay or Rick Allen or anything, I'm just saying the term slick Rick it. You would find little insults throughout the whole obituary. That's what you're not saying. Somebody put so much thought into this, but they wanted to come off as Holly looking good. Holly looks good throughout the whole obituary. Me personally, if I did it to one of y'all, even when I was going to do it to Rick Snay as a joke later on, I had all these little sneaky jokes I was going to put in there throughout the whole thing. Like Rick Snay was left behind by his children, and then it was going to mention all these mods and all this other crap. It was going to be a real funny thing. Uh, you would have had the same thing done in that instance. The fact that it was all this polite, it was so real. It was gross. Yeah, that's the best way I can say it. It was so nice. Man, I didn't have a problem. I still don't have a problem with Holly, but at the same time, I just don't see them being nice. They
So
find a way to be negative about
can I be next?
it.
When am I going to be next?
Okay, you keep
Don't you?
asking, but you could be talking.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
He's
go
almost
ahead.
done. Let's do 1 minute. Let's do. We need Diana here. Okay, let's do 10 seconds each or something like. Okay, my turn. Okay, but that's what was so dirty about it was that they wrote a. Well, I mean, to make it look real, you had to make it sound reasonable and you know, uh, you know what I'm saying, like. like it was a real thing, but it was fake. That's what was so evil about it. It was so necessary evil that we thought we reach out to you, and you told me it was bossy, bro.
No, no, no. I told you Vicarious Vigilante was bossy.
Yeah,
You
you
have been
told me
saying
that
this for
too.
years now, and I just got to the point where I'm done arguing about it, but I'm still not going to give in and just say, yes, I said that the obituary. No, because I
Okay, so
never
then
said it because it's not true.
okay, so what the hell? Where'd you go, dude? Okay, I got everybody. I guess this is my show. Hello, Charlie 420. Do you copy? 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 Alpha, Alpha. Do you copy? Alpha, Beto, Beto. Charlie, Charlie 420. Do you copy? Well, what the heck is going on? Delta, Delta 14. Are you here? Delta 14. Do you copy? Chucky 420. Charlie 420. Do you copy?
And,
Charlie
and
420.
like
Do
I
you
was saying,
copy?
hopefully y'all can hear me now, but I
Charlie,
have two
Charlie
sources
420.
that are very.
Alpha, Alpha 1. Alpha
What
1.
are we talking about? Apple One. What are we talking about?
Beto 2. Beto 2.
Out of all
Charlie,
the things
Charlie,
I
what
have
is
admitted
wrong with you,
to,
dude? You can't
if
just leave
I
everything here
knew,
by myself.
dude,
Unmute your
to
microphone
hear you,
properly,
you're so
bro. Because
quiet.
I
I
can't
have to
even
hold the phone up.
nothing.
I just
Charlie
have to hold the phone
420.
up
Do
to
you
my ear.
copy? Charlie.
Can you hear me or not?
Wow.
Yeah, bitch. I know I'm on stage and I know you can hear what I'm saying. Correct? Okay. Because the little thing around my voice is,
Well,
yeah. And FYI, for all purposes, the vicarious vigilante you were seeing in the chat is not bossy. Before anybody jumps the gun or says this or says that, no, that's not bossy. Yeah, that's what you don't understand. Okay, Bossy threw me under the fucking bus. She made up a bunch of lies and she jumped along ship with the fucking little British bastard. Okay, which whatever it is, what it is. Cool, thank you. I appreciate that, Crunch. And I really don't even hate the British bastard or whatever because, like I said, a miscommunication turned into a blown out argument. It is what it is. I don't really worry about that. You know, if I wanted to throw anybody under the bus, I have the implements to do so, and I chose not to. But oh well, no, he's gone. Oh fuck him. But the point is, I'm telling you right now, I don't like Boston. I gave a valid reason why I don't like Boston. She literally knew something that fucking irked the shit out of me and knew was bullshit, and she jumped along ship and said, "Hey, that's true." And I tell you what, that's a form of betrayal. There's no coming back from. You know, certain instances, certain people are like, "We had to pull it out." No, no, no. I'm sorry, dude. We stopped talking. That don't mean I'm against you. That literally just means we ain't talking at the moment in time. You got to do something really fucked up to me before I actually turn my back on you. And Bossy has, yes, indeed, gotten to the point where if, and I say this happily, if I knew something about Bossy that would fucking make her look like shit, I'd be more than happy to fucking tell y'all. So
well,
trust me, for the life of it, guys, if I knew that somehow Bossy made this obituary or whatever,
well, you
I'd
said it once
happily fucking
already.
tell you.
You said it once already.
No,
You
no, no.
said
You guys said I said it one time and never provided at
I
all any
recorded
evidence
you,
whatsoever.
Charles. I recorded you saying it.
If you recorded me, then why are we talking about a recording? Show the recording. How hard
I
is that?
already did. I
No,
already
you didn't. You
did.
played the 18 seconds of me saying that she's a vicarious vigilante. That's all you've ever played.
No, and that you also said
Wrong.
I'm a damn. I'm gonna have to look
It's
for
really
it.
funny how you and Pop can literally provide actual evidence of anything and everything anybody else has ever said because y'all record everything, which I'm not stupid. That's why when I talk to you, I always assume that I'm always being recorded. As
Okay, look,
my friend Dan once told me a long time ago, it's fucking the internet, dude. Always assume
tomorrow,
everybody's fucking
to,
recording you. Good, because I do.
tomorrow, tomorrow after work, I'm gonna spend 2 hours looking for it. I'm gonna clip
So
it,
that's what I'm
and
saying. It took you all
no, I'm not.
years
I'm not
of
gonna.
saying the same thing, and I'm just calmly sat here going, "Hey, no,
I'm
no,
not
I
gonna
didn't say it."
publish it. I'm just gonna send it to you.
No, you can publish it.
No,
I'm
no,
more
no,
than
no, no,
happy.
no,
Like I said, I
no,
don't
no, no.
care.
No, I don't
If
want to
somehow,
publish
some
it.
way you can prove and show me a nice sized clip,
Okay, well,
not
I'm
me
gonna
saying
prove
yes
it
to
to
some
you.
other question
Look,
before you ask that one, and then me
I'm gonna
actually
prove
answering
it to
that question
you
with its
that
actual
you
answer.
snitched on her. You said she was
Yeah,
vicariously
then I'll
implanted,
completely agree because I know what I
and
said and I know what I didn't say. So if I'm somehow not
you
remembering
said that
something, then I'll
she
apologize
was
myself because
behind
I
she
still
was
don't
behind
know
the
whether or
obituary.
not that was
I
done by
promise,
Boston.
bro. I wouldn't put you in this spot if I didn't have it on record. So once I put it on, show you the record of it, then you're gonna have to say, oh shit, I did. You probably had a buzz, dude.
Ashley Schaefer would have enough. Yeah, he is smart enough to pull it off. That's what I'm saying. Whoever it was had some skill, and they didn't
Okay,
have really
is there a possibility
not
that you had?
animosity towards Holly.
Is there a
Hey, I've
possibility?
been hearing about this shit for over 2 years now, dude. Stop talking and bring it. I'm just,
Is
yeah,
there a
I want to hear it. I want to
possibility
hear the
that
30 seconds
you
prior. I want to hear the
is
30
there
seconds
a
after. I don't want to hear any ifs, ands, or buts about what could have been said. I want to hear the entire fucking thing so I can verify. Because y'all think that
okay? Well, you
Jill
will.
said something
Well,
about the FBI and knew about King Klein in 2013.
like
I'm
Carter
sorry. That
said,
is not the
one day
question
you
she
will,
answered.
and
She
that day is
answered,
gonna be
she
like
couldn't
maybe
see the
tomorrow
chat.
night. As soon as I find it,
Hold on, I'm talking,
I
and
have
I need to make this.
your
Let me
recorded
repeat everybody, and
conversations,
I'm not
bro.
trying to do it in
I
a
recorded
rude way.
like 2 or 3 times.
Jill
Got
was
proof.
not answering the question about when the FBI. She couldn't see the chat. Understand, everybody?
No,
Not
remember
just
what
knowing
Carter said.
everybody.
One
Okay,
day
so she
you
never said
will.
anything about that.
That's what Carter
I
said.
asked her when her and Tony got divorced,
Hmm.
and that is February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2013. That's when she is answering that question. And I'm just answering that, putting it out there so everybody understands what that she was answering the question to. She couldn't see the chat. She couldn't see none of that shit. So
Right.
the only question she could have been answering at the time was one of the ones directly asked of her, which the only one doing so was me.
Hey, Chuck E. Cheese.
Period.
Chuck E. Cheese. Chucky White Cheese.
Oh,
Let me ask you something. Did you notice that I took the posts down and the everything down? That was like
for what?
a gesture of peace.
I
The
get that,
Jill,
and I have no problem with you. I'm not being rude to you. All
I
I
know
said
you're
was,
not
hey,
being.
if I
I'm
said
not
it,
either.
yeah,
I'm not either. Chuck E.
yeah,
Cheese.
I got no issue with you, dude. I'm cool with you,
I
but
mean
I
Chucky
will.
Chucky White Cheese. That's can I call you Chucky White Cheese
Can you just, yeah, Chucky's fine, but now it just sounds weird
or
because
just
now it
Chuck E.
makes you.
Cheese?
It's like
Chucky
either it sounds
Chuck,
racist or sexual, and then it's just weird.
dude. White cheese.
Well, I'm just saying, white
It's
can be
white queso,
construed,
bro.
misconstrued for
White. That's
something
the
else, but
queso.
white could also
Queso.
be construed as
Queso. I'm gonna
my
call you queso
race,
blanco.
but I'm not even white, so that's like
Can I call
insulting.
you
No, I'm
queso
just kidding.
blanco? Queso blanco. Like, but
Blanco. See, it's always out of white. I knew it, fucking racist. No, I'm just kidding. At least you have a sense of humor.
Hey,
See,
did
I
you
can
see
deal
that
with
I
that.
started buy me a lighter for Chuff? Did you see
Oh
that?
my god, I need one.
I started I
In
started
fact, I need
buying
like
a
three.
lighter,
I
bro,
need okay,
on
okay,
YouTube for
everybody.
you.
I need a lighter, but I don't want money. Somehow, if somebody could produce the lighters, because I refuse money. I don't take money for this shit ever. I
You
need a
don't use
Zippo for my
you
cigarettes, right?
just don't use.
Yeah, I need a Zippo for my cigarettes because Zippos are just badass. But I
Well, how many
refuse to
damn
take
packs of
one.
cigars you
Yeah.
did the cigarette price didn't go up in Florida or what? They're like
It
$20
fucking
here,
when
bro. A pack.
okay, my cigarettes are like $5 a pack.
What? Where'd you get
Yeah,
that
yeah,
much pack of
$5.
cigarettes these days?
Oddly enough, I smoke 305s. I don't care if it's cheap as long as it's minty fresh cheap.
Right. Okay. All right. All right, Charles. What? You leave me alone again? Someone's going. Put the lighter down, Charles. Okay, everybody. This is my show. I think he tried to kick me out and he kicked himself out. All right, so I'm in control here now. Charles told me in 2023 that Bossy was behind the obituary for Holly Lowry. And I recorded him telling me that. And he probably doesn't remember because he had a buzz, right? But I don't know now, 4 years later, he's recanting the story. And, I respect that. He does. Hello, Charlie 420, do you
I'm
copy?
on the phone doing these things. Okay.
Oh, hey, Charles, what? You're
Yeah.
kicking yourself off yourself, or what's going on here?
Okay. What happened? No, no, no. What happened was for whatever reason, and I'm trying to figure out. I got to go through the settings of fucking StreamYard or whatever.
Okay.
But now, whenever I do a stream and some guest is on, if I'm on the phone, it's so quiet I can barely
Ah,
hear the guest. That's why if
okay.
it
Well,
seems
then
like I'm
I'm gonna
interrupting
get
you,
off
I
your
might not
mic.
hear you.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna get off
I
your
have to
mic,
hold the
Charlie,
phone up to
because
my ear, and then my ear touches it, and then I try to leave the site.
okay. Because
Yeah,
I was saying Charlie 420, do you copy? And you
yeah.
didn't you didn't say anything. So then I reached out to Alpha, Beta, and Delta. Nobody was around, so I was like, okay, then I'll
Oh,
go.
yeah, no, no. My ear accidentally hit the
Okay.
thing,
I'm just
and
saying,
it went
I'm
to a
good,
different
bro.
site.
I'm gonna get off here and go on the
Yep.
chat. And thanks for having me and clearing that out. It's cleared as crystal now. Like the
Hmm.
real crystal, not
Yeah. Do you want to still do that thing or what?
crystal,
Because I mean,
crystal, not
I don't
crystal.
mind doing the
That's
thing.
something else. Okay, well, we're clear, Queso Blanco. We're good to go.
Yeah.
And talk to
Just tell
Diana.
Diana if you want to do the
Talk to
thing still,
Diana.
and we'll
Okay.
do the
All right.
thing.
Thank you,
Okay.
everybody. Good night,
All
bro.
right. Peace. I don't know. That's why I forgot about it because it didn't seem to fucking. It didn't matter to me, at least. The only reason. Okay, it didn't close. Thank God. No, it's one of those dumb shit topics that I really didn't care about, like the Chris Hansen thing. But Chris Hansen's just so funny. You got no choice but to remember it and think it's funny. It's like you remember somebody's house and where they live at by a landmark. You can't forget the Chris Hansen thing because it's fucking Chris Hansen. It's like yeah, best way to explain it. And this whole fucking the obituary thing. I don't know who made it. I know the information that I gave thus far, and if it's anything like that information that Moon gave that people keep misconstruing because people were asking stuff in the chat and she was answering questions that I asked at the same time. That's why I'm trying to clear things up. I want to make sure I have the bit that's in the beginning of that conversation, like 30 seconds before and the 30 seconds after. Because I guarantee if they're somehow misconstruing something, I said, yes, Bossy, I don't like Bossy. I got good reason to not like Bossy. If I knew that Bossy did that shit, for one, it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it really doesn't hurt anybody, in my opinion. But for two, I'd throw her under the bus. I don't care. It is what it is. I mean, I don't try to. Yeah, I mean, if you had any idea of the reasons why Bossy has to be mad at me for anything after the way I treated her, it would be shocking how quickly she jumped ship on my ass. Period. And lied. That's nothing. Okay, you can jump ship and betray me all the fuck you want. You can make fun of me and do all this other shit all the fuck you want, and I will laugh it off and not give a shit, guys. But if you gotta come out and try to make me look bad with a lie, and a bad lie at that, that she herself literally sat there in a group of like 30 something people while somebody else tried to say the same things about me, and she herself was one of the ones that defended me. To come out later on and try to say some, yeah, I'm sorry, that's a different, no, 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 that's literally a stab in the back. I can overlook some talking shit. 'Cause, look, me and my friends, we talk shit all the time. I tell my friends, fuck you, we make fun of each other, we do all that shit all the time. Rudy and me, we talk shit all the time, you guys. No, nobody's talking about you. I'm talking about Bossy. But yeah, if I knew any information at all, if I knew that she somehow did it, for one, like I said, it doesn't really bother me who made the obituary, period, because it really isn't that big of a deal to me. It does. It was the only bit that probably bothers me is the fact that I didn't think of it. If I had thought about it, I'd have made it myself. Let's just be clear. Whoever it was had a very creative mind and very smart. So somebody in the chat, no, Peggy said she thought it was Ashley Shaper. I can see that. He's a friend of mine. Probably, I guess. Still, I mean, I consider him a friend because he never wronged me at all. Dude always had my back, so I got no issue with him. But I could see Ashley doing that. Very smart dude. Very, very fucking smart dude. Very cool dude. Very smart dude. I don't put it past him. It's a funny ass out of nowhere troll thing that somebody thought of, and I wish I knew who did it so I could say, "Well done, sir or ma'am. Well done." I would too. Who is Ashley? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. That is above your pay grade. Yeah, I mean, out of all the people that you try to get the names out of, that one is probably the hardest one that's going to be able to get out of me because he never really did anything wrong to anybody. And as far as yeah, since he never wronged anybody at all, um, yeah, and really in his own way, I should never had that name in the first place. I got it beyond reasons. I had, like I said, it's a fucked up story that I'm not allowed to tell. And if you know Charles better than anything, me at all, then you know, if I promise somebody something, it's going to take a hell of a lot. And even if the person turned on me or whatever like that, it would take more than that. Because, you've seen people turn on me and I still didn't out them or whatever about who they really are. And I am what is called an actual true friend. Until those people really fuck me over or give me the reason to fucking, do so, it's not going to happen. If it somehow involved the situation at hand and all that, I would consider it, but it doesn't. You're talking about a former retired member of the troll farm or whatever. That doesn't regard to anybody. It doesn't help anybody knowing who he is. Yeah, it's just Ashley Shaper as a character, I think, played by Will Ferrell on that TV show with what's his face in it. Yeah. She told me she was a police officer. Who was a police officer? Who? Ashley's not. Now you just sound silly. What makes you think? Okay, for one, Ashley's not just a female name. FYI. Okay, for one, Ashley Shaper is a character's name from the TV show Eastbound and Out. For one. So, and I do believe that character is played by Will Ferrell. I think the character sells BMWs, right? I think. Because I think, wasn't it Ashley Shaper's thing, literally, whenever he showed up, he'd be like, "Hey, come around downtown, we got the best deals on BMW." Oh my God, hold on. Well, actually, I should be able to copy and paste it, period. But, yeah, when you call Ashley Shaper a girl, you just sound so. I'm just saying. You need to catch up with Prof and learn some of the actual data and intel on these people that you're asking about because you just seem silly. That's when I like Ashley Shaper, believe it or not. Ashley Shaper is a good dude as far as I'm concerned. Does he own a Kia? Hey, I don't know. I don't know. Saying Ashley Shaper owns a Kia, that sounds insulting to him. I don't like insulting friends.
Thanks for
And I'm
having me
cool with that.
again. Thanks
What's
for
up?
having me again, Charles. How are you doing? Hey, no,
No,
dude, you didn't read what I said. Her
no,
and
it's hard to read. It's on a little phone.
Ashley Schaefer and I messaged for a period of time. I have all the
Uh huh.
screenshots, and we messaged for a
Okay.
period of time. And
Uh huh.
she told me she was a she. I know that Ashley Schaefer's a character. I know that Ashley Schaefer's a character that sold cars, quack, quack, quack. I know that,
Well,
bro.
Ashley
What
Shaper's
I'm trying to tell
not
you
a
is she
she.
messaged me. She messaged me DM for a period of time, and she told me that she was a cop. She even gave me her batch number. Okay, and she
Well,
told
how
me
are you going
that
to look it up? I'm just saying.
listen, I called the police department, or I can't remember which one it was. It was
See, this is why I love Ashley, man.
it was in Indianapolis. Hold on.
You would think of something like this. Yeah, I'm like giving my badge number and everything.
Okay,
Yeah, that's totally
can
Ashley,
you
dude.
listen?
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Listen, I'm listening.
she was a police officer. Remember that her videos, she always had guns. She was always shooting a gun.
Well, I mean, she always okay. I think you weren't paying attention to the important part of the video. See, um, Ashley made videos that were deep fakes, where they took people. Well, I was always pissed off because I never got my picture in it, but it'd be like Tommy or everybody else. Their
Yeah.
faces implanted on a
Well,
celebrity
look,
from a movie.
listen. And she told me she was a cop, and she gave me a batch number, and then she told me that her grandpa was a close friend to Doug Carter, and she invited me out to lunch, bro, and she wanted me to bring my guitar, and she said it was a she, okay, and I know that Ashley Schaefer is not a she. I know that, okay.
Okay. Well, I
Right.
mean,
So
yeah, because just
elaborate,
saying it makes me
elaborate.
giggle.
Whistle. You want to you need a whistle, or you got
No,
one?
no, no. A whistleblower is somebody that literally says people that have done wrongdoing.
Okay,
He made
whistle.
videos that were awesome, and even the ones he made of you and Rich Nate were fucking fabulous. I'm sorry if you're saying they weren't. I'm sorry, that's untrue, sir. Wasn't some of the videos where he made like famous rock bands and shit totally noe by himself and shit?
Yeah.
I wished and I begged him to make a video with me in it. Okay, I never got one. You should feel obliged.
Who was it?
Who was it?
Yes, who is it?
I'm trying to remember
Come
what his
on, you
name
can do
was.
it, Chuck. Come on.
No, he's got a very plain name.
Who cares anymore? It's 3 years ago.
Because I just explained it to you, dude. It's called loyalty.
But I wasn't even, I didn't
I'm
what
sorry,
was
I
that?
don't consider what he did to you a bad thing. He took very famous, legendary bands, and he made all their faces you.
No, look, you know something,
That's
bro?
nice.
I'm trying to
And they
make
even,
peace with you. I'm trying to make peace with you. And there were some that were very
I'm making
sinister.
peace with you. I have no,
That were sinister, man. You can't tell me that they were all nice and fun and innocent and quack, quack, quack.
they
They
were
were not
all
quack, quack,
nice,
quack.
dude. I
They
beg to
were sinister.
be.
They were,
See, that's what I'm saying. You don't understand the word. Do you not know the definition of parody?
yes, I do. I
Exactly.
like
And
to,
he did not insult you in any way, shape, or form in any of
yes,
those
he
videos.
did. Oh, I'm going to find the
Mm,
screenshots and I'm going to show you exactly
I
what he
would
did.
okay. Explain it to how he insulted you, because I tell you what, he could have
Okay,
made
well,
me the
I'm,
ugly plant thing from Seymour, feed me Seymour. I can't remember what the fucking movie's called. He could have made me that ugly plant thing, and I would have been okay with it.
man,
You know, I just the fact that I would have been in the video,
I'm sorry,
I would have
Thomas.
been so happy.
I'm,
Because his
I'm,
deep fakes, do you know how much it
oh,
cost? The
here's
kind of
Ashley
hardware, the
Schaefer.
software
Okay,
required.
here's Ashley
The
Schaefer.
fact he made
Okay,
so many for you, I'm
okay.
jealous.
Ashley Schaefer. I found one. He made me look like fucking Elton John.
Oh, what's wrong with? Hey, are you hitting on Elton John?
No, but no, no,
For
no.
shame, Noe.
Hmm?
Like a candle in the wind, never knowing. Come on, bro. Seriously. I think the Monkeys or
But
whatever, or something like that, the Bee
I
Gees, I
don't
think
want
he
to,
made all
bro.
you
I
too.
like it. I didn't like it then. I don't like it now.
Well, just because you don't like it doesn't make it a bad thing. It's not an insult.
No, it is,
I'm just saying,
bro.
it's not an insult.
Shut up.
And I'm not trying to even be angry or
No,
hateful or
I
whatever,
know
but
it's
it's
fine.
not insulting. If
Okay,
you saw these
okay.
videos
Also,
he's talking
okay.
about, they were
Look, I have
fabulously made.
screenshots.
It
They
took a
used to
lot of
attack
money
me
to do
out.
this.
Okay, they used to attack all the people that were having issues with Thomas Frost and Chris Long and Bossy
Mm-hmm.
and quack quack quack.
Yep.
That's who they were attacking. It was Meow, myself,
Yeah.
Holly, Prof.
You want to know why? Because he always picked you, because somehow you were one of the only ones that actually got offended by it.
No bull crap. Everybody got
I
offended.
swear to God,
Meow
everybody
called
else would
me
see it, and either
crying.
they were flattered, Rich Nate himself, on
Meow
multiple.
called me crying. Shut up,
Listen,
Ignacio.
everybody that knows it that was a brown back then, did or did not Rich Snake watch multiple of these videos and think that
Well,
actually
what
they
about
were
the video
fucking
that
good
that I
and well
watched
made
about
and they
Ashley
liked them?
Schaefer? Look,
Like
man,
I said, all he did was take a
I got
video
some ghost
that
stories.
already existed and put your face on it.
The
He didn't
details.
say anything in the video. He didn't do anything in the video. He just took your face and put it over somebody else's. That's it.
No, yeah, exactly. Okay, so how come when I do my sanctions, people start crying? When I sanction them, they start crying. Everybody, including
Well,
yourself.
the sanctions are different. That's just you yelling.
No,
What I'm asking you is, can you name one character that he put your face on that was bad or disgusting or nasty or anything like
it was
that?
disgusting. It was disgusting. I mean, don't you remember the videos
No,
that I
no, no,
did?
no. You only find it disgusting because somebody took your face off and put it on somebody else's. What I'm asking you is, was there
Like for
any
example,
bad
they got
implications?
terrorism. I mean, I don't talk
You're
about
interrupting
terrorism
again.
anymore, and I'm not defending you or
Now, I'm
anything. Like
asking,
that was
was there
disgusting.
even one bad
Okay,
character that he put your face over?
yeah,
A
he's
villain, anything?
yeah. I don't do that shit. I didn't do that shit to nobody. I didn't do it to
Because you
anybody.
don't know how. If I knew how, I'd fucking do it. Because it's not bad. I mean, like I said, the characters he even picked to put your face on top of were the bad people and whatever it is
No, but
they were talking about.
the content behind it, bro, man. You're talking about
I think he just did it because he knew it bugged you.
no.
That's different. I mean, he put one out one time and it just bugged the shit out of you, and we don't even know why. But since it worked, why not just keep putting them out? It's not like he's wanting to bug you.
Okay, okay, Charles.
Hmm.
When someone is obsessed with you, and the first thing you
Oh,
do,
he wasn't obsessed.
the first
Maybe he
oh
was
come
obsessed
on,
with
you can
Tommy, but not
man,
you.
man, I can show you a screenshot of like at least 10 shorts and videos and posts in regards to me, either me, myself, or Prof or Holly or quack quack quack.
Well,
But
I mean, you gotta
when
understand.
you
You
wake up in
put
the
yourself in a
morning, when you wake up in
situation
the morning,
where
and
you
the
were
first
like
thing you
the
see
villains
is
of the group.
another
Okay?
what you call parody, like you made me look like a fucking
Yeah.
joker, like
I
the
mean, it
Joker.
wasn't even honestly as far as negative
I
connotations.
don't like
It
that
wasn't even
shit.
no
Do
Delphi
you
dummies.
understand?
Even I wouldn't even call Delphi dummies a bad an insulter until he started talking, and then it became a whole different matter. And I don't hate him either. He's cool too. But like I said, his videos themselves really didn't hit on anybody. More so than Ashley's did, though, for sure. If you want to
Oh,
say his
what about
videos were somewhat negative,
okay?
okay,
Did
I
any
get that.
do you, let me ask you
And I'd
this.
have to see the specific videos to be sure of that. But no, actually, I've never seen him put up a bad thing about anybody. He just took,
Yes, he did.
like I said, you think he was somehow infatuated with you, but he probably made 500 times, not even for YouTube videos. He would make a video almost every day for Tommy.
No, dude, I have a job,
That's
dude.
his way of saying hi. So if he's
No, I have a
not insulting
job.
Tommy all those
I have a
times,
job. The only thing I did was
dude, he has a
sanction.
better paying
The
job than all of
sanction
us.
is
I'm
it.
just
It takes
saying.
me like 3 minutes to fucking do a post on a community page, okay, or a short. But these dudes make full videos. They all made a fucking movie. They should.
Dude,
What
and
are
you
you
know
gonna
how proud
say,
you should be. Like I said, every day he would have a new one made for Tommy just to say hi. So how could
bro?
you take it as something negative?
Bro, you know what, bro? You're pissing me off, and I'm double.
Well, that's how it's so easy to make you mad.
I'm double
I'm
teaming
logically
you
explaining
because
something to you
oh,
as it's
look,
not
what a
an
phone I
insult,
found, dude. I found your
and you
phone
refuse to
call.
see it as such.
I found the phone calls where I recorded you. Quack quack quack.
I
Here
don't
it is.
care. Remember, I want the whole 30 seconds or more right before that, and the 30
No,
seconds or
no, I
more after
recorded for
that.
like 30 minutes. Not like
Good. That's what I
audio,
want to
but
hear. Not this 18-second bullshit of me talking about vicarious vigilante, because I admitted that.
I'm not gonna publish it, but I'm
Okay.
gonna show you it, and we'll
Cool.
have a
No,
witness
no, I
here.
want everybody to see it. I want the
We'll
whole
have a
published. No,
witness.
no, I want it published because Charles is
No,
fucking
no,
an
no.
honest, upright asshole.
I'm not gonna publish it because she's taking me to
You're
court.
not gonna publish
She's
it. We
taking me to
know that
court
you're not
for
gonna publish it, bro.
she's taking me to
That's
court
yeah.
for quack quack quack, and I'm not gonna give her any ammunition, so I'm not going to. Talking
I
about
want the
discrimination from the past is not harassing
not
or
the log, but the what the hell is it? I want the
stalking. No,
hold
but
on.
I'm fine.
I want the log or whatever there is to clearly point out that I literally told him now multiple times in many years. If I said it, publish it. Because once I hear my own voice and I know that I said it, then I have no choice but to say, hey, okay, Dave was right. I guess I somehow said that. Maybe I was fucking stoned that day. I don't know. But For whatever reason, they keep making excuses not to publish it. I'm on my side. I'm not on the crank side. I'm not on the kook side. I'm not on the reject side. I'm not on the fucking troll forum side. I will say anything that I feel is the fucking truth. So, yeah, it is what it is. I'm not going to lie for nobody. Unless it's against. Yeah, you can pick my enemy. You can pick someone like Gibbo, and I'm not going to make up some bullshit about him. Just not. Honestly, I dislike Bossy more than I dislike Gibbo. Yeah, that's truth right there. That's straight up honesty. If I had, definitely, because she pretended to be my friend, and she just jumped ship whenever she felt like she had a chance to, which means like he was lying the whole time. So hey, it is what it is, all this is that's my bad. My bad for actually thinking somebody was chill. That's all it is. I'm not gonna hate her because I don't hate anybody. But as I said, if I knew she made the stupid obituary, I'd have came out and said, "Hey, Bossy made that." And I don't want to hear anybody clip that and say, Tara said this. No, motherfucker. That's me being sarcastic. I'm telling you flat out, I know no information whatsoever about anybody other than what I've given, which is an IP address that leads to Colorado, an IP address that leads to a specific spot in fucking Indiana that would be considered Holly's house. Oh no, he keeps thinking that I said that Bossy wrote that. I was stupid. They've been saying it for years though, and I keep telling him and Pop, I'm like, look, I'm tired of being told that you got this, and I'm tired of being told you got that. If I said it, motherfucker, post it. Well, we're not going to publish it. No, bitch. Publish it. That way we all know for once and for all whether or not I said what. Period. As simple as that. If I somehow fucking, and that's why I want the bit in before that, I want the bit after that. Because I don't want to have this misconstrued information like if I'm answering a question, they ask two questions back with a yeah, but then they're asking this one and they're like, oh, see, he said yes. No, bitch. The answer to that one to be after that, etc., etc. Because editing and all this other shit, that's another reason why. Why does she hate Bossy? I don't think Bossy hates Ashley Shaper. Did I miss something? I don't know why. Okay, I know who he is saying in real life. It might have something to do with that, but I'm not sure. I love Ashley Shaper. I think he's a great guy. I planned when I went up to Indiana that we were going to be friends and shit in real life. Like Tommy. I got nothing but love for Ashley. And I want that. If somebody's happening to listen, you make sure you get that loud and clear. Do I know who that person is? Yes. I know a lot more than that. But you're not going to get that information from me because I don't turn on my friends. Period. He may not be around. Yeah, I can see you. What's up? What you need? No, I'm just saying. I'm not hating on him, but I'm just not going to turn on Ashley like that. I'm just not. Ashley Shaper always had my back. I think if she remembers some of this, she even knows what I'm talking about. If she remembers the whole stories of things and everything else, he's one of the ones that had my back like a motherfucker. So I'm sorry, a new allegiance or new little kinship or friendship or whatever that's going on is going to somehow make up for like years of somebody being loyal to a motherfucker? No, I'm sorry. So is Ashley. I do love everybody. I swear to God, I do. I even fucking love Gibbo, dog. I swear to God, I do. I love Jinx to death. And I tell you what, if you think I'm against Jinx or whatever, try to attack her. I swear to God, whenever most people don't notice, but when I thought that podcaster guy had told her to meet him on the bridge alone, I took that as a threat, and I almost went after the dude. And this was already after I didn't like her anymore. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you at all, Peggy or whatever. I'm sorry if you didn't want to name out there, but no, it's just Bossy is a whole different level. No, you will hear see a lot of shit being said about me. Some of it's true, some of it's not true. This, that, and the other. But jinx and all them, they don't need to make up shit that they know is bullshit about me. The shit that usually they make is talk about, whatever, might either be misconstrued or be true entirely or whatever, and that's fine. But they don't need to lie. They might think something's not true. That's also, fine, because people are wrong. But the sticker, you talk about the oh. KP the pitcher. I don't understand what you're. No, I mean, nobody on this internet. I'm sorry, you guys don't know what real hate is. You don't know. You just don't know. You guys fight over dumb shit all the time. I mean, it seems like I'm mad or pissed off or I hate people and all this other shit. No, man, this is almost fun to me. In its own way. I mean, when somebody starts shit, I used to love chaos so much that I used to love to get into the argument. And Peggy knows. Diana knows. I loved it more than anything when some motherfucker would step up to the fucking, to the bat. Charles probably does deserve a sanction, but you know what? Your sanctions do nothing here, sir. I'm sorry. Me not outing somebody, that's like, how do I put it in a way? That's like you're asking me to out Diana. You're asking me to out fucking Peggy. Or you're asking me to out all these other people. I don't care how much we cool. Yeah, we cool. I ain't saying the word against not that we're not cool, dude. All I'm saying is no. And you all don't like being told no. Wait, who's going to be this one spanking me? I mean, I might be down for that. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I'm sorry. It is what it is. And that's why I try to explain to other people that somehow think I don't. And I'll say it once and I'll say it again. I do not dox people. And if I did dox people, I damn sure would never dox my friends. And unless you fucking did something so horrible to me that I'd think about probably slapping the shit out of you or whatever in real life, you are my friend. If you were once my friend, you're still my fucking friend. Period. And whoever needs to hear that, it's out there. Period. I doxed one person. It was a joke for a baby shower type thing for her new baby. That's as close as you're going to get for a doxing. Period. Hey, talk. You keep talking for years now. Shut up. Post it. Let's be done with. Is misbehaved. I think so. I know who you're talking about. I've not really talked to her directly, but I've been in a chat with her like a million times, I guess. Nothing bad about her, I guess. I mean, you gotta understand. I mean, I know a lot of people and everything else, but I didn't dox Bossy. No. I told you an account. That's not giving out her real information. Somebody else doxed her well before that. Was it Prop or somebody else? Yeah. You guys doxed fucking Bossy. You came out and you said her real name, which I didn't know at the time, her last name, which I didn't know at the time, and all that shit, which I didn't know at the time. So who doxed Bossy? Correction? Can you please repeat the answer? Yeah, it was you guys. Are we really gonna pretend? Okay. If I say, how do I put this? For one, yeah. If I say Bo is, and I'm sorry, Bo, for talking about you. This is me picking an example. Okay, best example. If I said Peggy is the new vicarious vigilante, am I really doxing her? Or does most of the people that involved know or that already? No offense to Peggy. I love Peggy to death, but I'm just saying. Is that really doxing somebody? Because to dox somebody can only happen one time. That means if anybody else knows that that person is, in fact, bossy or this person or that person, right? Then you can't get doxed again. Oh, bitch, please. If you don't know that, I swear to God, I'm going to get in trouble no matter what I do. Well, I didn't mean anything bad by it, but still, you get what I'm saying. Well, it's her fault for making it. I mean, being known by the account name. I'm sure she understands what I'm saying, period. But the point is, you can only dox somebody one time. Once somebody's outed publicly or whatever like that, you can't just keep outing them or this and that and the other. So there's no more doxing anybody after that point. Which means what? That she was doxed by, if I remember right, wasn't it you and Prop or somebody else like that? I remember pictures with her in a bathing suit and all kinds of other shit. No, wait. Wasn't it Sleuth's Intuition? Yeah, wait, was it Patrick? It might have been Patrick. Yeah, I think it was Patrick, wasn't it? Okay, you can call it snitching, I guess. But snitching is knowing you're telling something that you're not supposed to tell to somebody else. She was in a Discord with us. She was running around with the same name on YouTube and everything else as she was on Discord. Like I said, you can you twist all this shit the way you make it want to seem. We all know the truth, dude. Apparently, I guess you can. Well, I mean, for one, you can because you can change your name to anything you like, right? I could change my name right now to Venue03, and it would seem like, and change my avatar and whatever else, and it would just literally look like noise, I guess, right? That's fact. And that's all I see it is she is spoofing the channel by somebody else's, which, yeah. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's nothing bad with it. It's a trick that I used myself. Shit, from early on, back in the American Online years. Hell yeah, I ain't got no issue with that. I'm just making it known what doxing is and what not doxing is. You know, I didn't know any of the crap that Vicarious Vigilante was doing. I didn't know any of that stuff because I don't pay attention to everything like that. It's too much drama for me to pay attention to. But I was in the Discord. She came in the Discord, made it clear who she was, and this, that, and the other. Now, as far as I know, we have rules and shit's concerned that when you see the people that might not know who you are, if you don't want yourself to be known, you literally have, hey, stupid! Don't tell anybody who I am. Okay. See, that's what the rules are. Yes. And honestly, in my mind, it was more in the archive than it was anything. And that's my dude too. So I mean, I ain't out on him either. But these are things everybody fucking knew. Everybody. Yeah. I just don't want anybody thinking I'm doxing anybody or this and that. No, motherfucker. I got better things to do. And yeah, Chris is my dude. I ain't got no problem with him. I don't know what your problem was. I don't care who his daddy may be or may not be. I don't know if any of that's true, but even if it was, this doesn't change the fact that he was still a good, honorable, decent dude to me. Who couldn't control his temper and got in trouble for it. That's all it was. Hey, okay, don't call her Piggy, dumbass. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure anybody that's paying attention knows who the hell this account is. I mean, she has videos on the. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm just not going through that hell again. It's like, no. Listen, if I'm going to out somebody, if I'm going to dox somebody, man, I'm going to put that on the grandest stage of them all and jump on stage and be like, yo, motherfuckers! I am necessary. Some stupid shit like that. No, I'm not going to just nonchalantly mention it out of nowhere. It's stupid. Yeah, if you make the rules clear, like other people have, like, hey, I tell people who I am. Okay, I won't. Then I don't tell anybody. Very simple. I'm stupid. I smoke weed. I smoke a lot of weed at times. So if you don't make those rules clear, I might be like, somebody might be like, hey, is Vicarious Vigilante bossy? Yeah. I'm sorry, that's not doxing. If Happy Internet knew, not doxing. Just putting it out there. Just saying. If I don't what? Well, that's why I'm so sober now, and it's not cool. Last I heard, I don't watch Shoki anymore. Because I got banned, and it was unprovoked. And I really get offended when you ban me for fucking no reason, and it happens all the time. Ooh, that pisses me off so fucking bad too. I'd rather talk about that honestly. Motherfuckers banning me that ain't got a right to ban me. Ooh, that really grinds my gears. I'm sorry if I'm such a menace to society like y'all motherfuckers make me out to be often. Okay, you shouldn't have to make up an excuse to ban me. You would think I break the rules so fucking much, you'd just be able to ban me for nothing, correct? Correct. So why is it y'all gotta ban me for not breaking the rules all the fucking time? Huh? Answer me that. Rich Snay. I said it. I don't care. Who knows what he's mad at me about this time, for God's sake? Since you watch my show, and I know that, I'm gonna say it. Like, wait. Why the fuck am I banned this time? I didn't do anything. Oh, it doesn't matter? It does matter to me, damn it. Why make rules if you're just not gonna obey them? Meh. Sorry. It just pisses me off when I get banned for no reason at all. You have any idea how many accounts I have to have, make, and use, and all this other shit for creators that ban me for no reason at all? I mean, I'm the first one to admit when I deserve a ban. I'm like, oh shit, okay, I had that coming. My bad. But they gotta make up shit to get rid of me. That means you're just trying to silence me. And if you're trying to silence me, I want to know fucking why. Because these are people that are apparently supposedly also have the gift of gab and everything else. Well, then why the fuck are you choosing to shut somebody up rather than, hey, let's tear them apart verbally? Because you know what? You don't want to come on a show with me. You know you don't. The last thing y'all want is your damn crowd to see that I make fucking sense. Am I an Adderall guy? No, I don't take Adderall. What's gonna happen when I get? Hey, I ain't got a problem with Snake. All I'm saying is, why you gotta ban me, bro? It's a preemptive ban too. It's like that Peggy shit, bro. Straight up, like before I even have a chance to come in there and get in trouble, I'm already banned. That offends me. That offends the fuck out of me, yo. It's like, what? How you gonna preemptive ban me? Like you know I'm gonna come in there and start shit, or assume I'm gonna come start shit. So you ban me in advance. That's rude. That's fucking rude. Well, I mean, yeah, okay, Peggy gets what I'm saying now. That's fucking rude, dog. How you know how I'm gonna react? You don't. That's rude. You shouldn't assume. You got knocked up the ass. Who will like you? Maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe, just maybe. But you should rely on your mods. If I'm doing anything really bad, they will in fact ban me, no matter how much they like me. Period. God. Maybe because I got more than 50 accounts, my ass. Wow, I got more than 50 accounts on this phone. Let alone in general. What is yours? He scared like Shabby? Wait a minute, why is Shabby scared of me? I'm a mod on Shabby's channel. What you talking about? Yeah, Pussy's gonna ban herself, bro. Seriously. But yeah, wouldn't y'all be offended too? Because it's like, you know how much I sit there and try and word everything perfectly in grounds of all the. That's what it is, isn't it? I search for the loopholes and shit in their fucking rules and stuff, and how to comment and stuff without getting in trouble. It drives me nuts to see. So they're just gonna preemptively. Well, I mean, we could ask one of them, "Hi, Peggy, why did you ban me when I was doing nothing wrong?" That's just the question. But yeah, I mean, you go through the rule list on the chat, right? Be respectful. There's some of them say don't curse, don't do this, don't do that. So if I'm not breaking none of those rules, I shouldn't be banned, right? Well, hey, come on, it bugs me. It irks the shit out of me. I just want to know. Yeah, I think it's a natural question. I mean, isn't it y'all's fault in the end that I mean, y'all created the troll known as necessary evil on here at least, because it wasn't until I got bland all the fucking time for just being honest that well, no, actually, no, I can't really say that because I was an asshole troll before that. But you get what I'm saying here, yeah. It's not really y'all's fault, but yeah. Any other questions before I get back to the actual true crime part of this whole jive? Hey, everybody else got to complain, so I felt like I wanted to complain about something. The other day I went to the snake thing, and I couldn't talk. Why? Because I was banned. And then my spare account was banned. And then my other spare was banned. And it gets really disheartening when I get to the 7th or 8th channel and I'm still fucking banned. It's like, I thought we was friends, dog. But I don't ban him when he comes to my channel. I don't have any rage. What makes you think I'm... How do you even think I'm mad? Really? Have you not heard me mad? This is obviously me being sarcastic and joking around with y'all. Now, how do you think? Oh, yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out at the restaurant. I'm glad you said that, Peggy, because the next time, and it will be a time that it happens, that his ass comes over to my channel because he's got something to. Well, actually, I like to shut people up using my own words or whatever, and I don't have to ban them. But hey, I can just be like, "Oh, you're there." Click, boom. Yeah, maybe I should. Good point. Good point. What? Just because I asked why I got banned? Why am I angry? Why do you always think I'm angry? Have any of y'all even heard me when I was angry? Like, really angry? Because I got like 500 voices, right? Like, sometimes I like to come out and talk like a crypt keeper. And other times I just want to fucking sound like you want to rip your head off. But in reality, I'm just cool, calm, and collected. I thought you understood that. You shouldn't believe what you see on the surface of things, my friend. Hey, kissing your ass isn't going to help. Trust me. I tried. That's what you seem to get finally. Most of the people y'all keep fucking. Hey, you need to out this person. Hey, you need to out, but they're nice. They didn't do anything really bad to you. Well, I don't know about Peggy. She's a trouble starter for sure. She definitely starts some shit. And even if it's me that she's starting shit with, you know what? I'm proud of every fucking time too. I don't give a fuck. It's hilarious. I don't mind. I really don't. Okay, I'm about to ban you for trolling, sir. That's against the rules. Shibby does not do better voices. Shibby does the worst Batman to Bruce Wayne I've ever heard in my life. Like, my name is Shibby. I don't really have anything to do. Hey, my name is Shibby. Yeah, no, worst fucking, no. I can fucking do Eric Cartman. I can do fucking Kermit the Frog. I can do the Crypt Keeper. Shibby does Shibby. uh, uh, after years of smoking. They all just sound like shitty. That means okay, yeah. To me, it sounds. I can't be the troll patrol. Oh, that makes it fully clear now. It's fucking Shibby. There we go. I had a feeling I was about to say the way you're kissing Shibby's ass, dude. You've got to be Shibby. Why are you in a different account, Shibby? Did I ban you? I didn't ban you. Did somebody else ban you? I didn't ban you. Who the fuck banned Shibby? Why the fuck is you under a spare name? Shibby is not the band patrol or the troll patrol. They'd see him coming a mile away because he has a glare up the top of his skull. Oh, that's who did you start shit with? Me. Yeah, you started shit with me. I don't know. I really can't even tell who you started shit with. Yeah, me. That's my bad. Yeah, you can't use that argument against me because I will always say me. You jumped the gun on me because well, I get that I'm sus, but that comes with that's my personality. I'm evil. That's different. If you just assume I'm bad, then yeah, that's not very nice. I don't know. Every time we have an argument, or when we call them an argument, really, yeah, probably a falling out, which isn't even an argument because apparently she never has a real argument with people because me, Peggy would yeah. Like me and Gibbo had an argument. That's an argument. We had an argument. Me and Peggy, we did not have an argument. No, we did not. No. I explained myself in the Mountain Dew incident, but see, that's how it is. You should have came directly to me with any issues or whatever. That's all it is. Shibby, for example, if you had any issue with me whatsoever, would you take it and publish it publicly, or would you just bring it right to me and say, "Yo, motherfucker, what's up?" Well, he wouldn't sound that cool or that black, but you know what I'm saying. He would come to me himself and just say so. That's all. And really, half the time I wasn't bothered by the whole Mountain Dew thing, but I could see it was messing with you, so I kept asking it. Because every single time I was like, "But Peggy, you made a fat joke about me. You got so funny. You were like, Charles, no, I did. I would never make." I was just like, why is she getting so upset about that? Like, bro, I used to weigh almost 500 pounds for like 90% of my life. You think a little chunky joke is gonna hurt my feelings now that I'm under 200 pounds? No, sir, no, sir. That's just silly. No, I'm just putting it out there. Once I see it bug somebody, I'm gonna keep asking, saying something about it, and nobody knows when you're gonna take it seriously. You're you go from 0 to like 100, and you can't even tell in your voice. So I can't tell if I'm just picking on you for fun, and then all of a sudden you're serious, and I'm like, I can't tell the difference. It's just like, okay, how do I put this in a better way? Y'all see what I do when someone really makes me mad. Like, I can say some really fucking nasty shit. Like, really mean shit. But do you think I just toned it down or something like that? It's like, oh, well, yeah, she's not being that mean to me, so I'm just going to speak nice. No! If I'm really mad at you, it comes out the same way. I guess it's the best way I can explain it. I'm not going to just be nice. If I think you're really turning on me or something like that, no. I think you need to, like I said, I saw even everybody else saw it as me being overly sarcastic. Because I was like, ma'am, you hired an actor that's twice the size of me for the role. I remember saying these jokes and everything when I was talking to. That's what I'm saying. Say something naturally. There's another thing. If I'm typing something, I think a lot of people take it out of context than what I would say when I'm saying. I'm more sarcastic in the way I type than the way I talk. I guess. Maybe. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Who muted who? Oh, I do not turn green. Oh no! When I say jump ship, that means when they betray me. When someone actually legitimately betrays me, and you never legitimately betrayed me. That's why I didn't say that Peggy jumped ship. As far as I'm concerned, Peggy was doing constructive networking. That's hilarious. If you knew the whole, yeah, the way everybody on my side talked when it all happened, that's basically what the nicest way you can explain it. That's what we called it, constructive networking. I think in my sarcastic asshole way, because you all know that how I am. My exact words were, "Damn y'all, Peggy done sold her soul for some fucking subs, bro." Maybe, but at least I'm honest, right? And I know it sounds horrible compared to what I really mean by when I'm saying it, but that's the point. I'm trying to sound funny. That doesn't mean, yeah, like I said, I will pull up the weird, cool, good, that bald freak needs a timeout. I would never mod Noe, for sure. But no, I mean, yeah, I try to sound over the top and outrageous and fucking sarcastic and all this other shit. But y'all know, I assume y'all would know my actual friends, which everybody is not my friend. Uh, no, most of y'all are my friend. Friends are the people I sit here and actually have conversations with, talk to, speak up as my normal self to. If you don't know how I really am in real life, then you're not my friend. These people should already know. Period. I'm not exactly sure. Hold on. Okay, I say constructive networking. It is what it is. I mean, yeah. Well, people keep talking to me, and once in a while, I like to have ADHD like everybody else. Okay, maybe I do have a little bit of it, but most of the time I'm just hyper attentive, I guess. No, see, I don't. That's why I'm not here to try to make no money, and I try to do this. And if somebody asks a true crime question in the middle of it, hey, I won't miss a beat. I'll answer a question. No, I don't like to do all this fighting shit and all this shit all the time. Um, if ever the case, I'd be trying to make some fucking money or some shit like that. No, I ain't here to make no fucking money. Y'all are here because either I'm entertaining to you or fucking you want to know about the information I already have. Well, if I'm taking too long to share some information, hey, just ask a question. I have an eidetic memory. I can pull that shit right out of my ass like nothing. Yet you're still here, Noe. Just admit it. I'm entertaining. Come on. And I don't even understand why. Honestly, maybe if I had somebody funny to talk to, but yeah, people most of the time, yeah, people don't want to come on here to go live because people get on the one side. They're like, "But he says Richard is probably guilty." Yeah, I do, motherfucker. Got a problem? I don't care. I say it. The other side that thinks he's guilty is like, yeah, but he says he didn't get a fair trial in court. Yeah, I did think he didn't get a fair trial in court and all this other shit, and I didn't think they had enough evidence to even do that. So yeah, got a problem? I don't fucking care. If you haven't noticed or not, I knowingly chose a spot that nobody was in, and rather than, oh, you could be popular, you can get subscriptions, you can get this, you can get that. Fuck y'all. I say what I feel and I do what I feel. I don't give a fuck what anybody else feels. I do what I have to, bitch. Bitch, I will ban you for real. Don't make me demod you. Hell, y'all just gonna be happy with the fact. See, at least Peggy. I mean, I give Peggy props. She's one of the only ones that actually had balls to come out. And I know she's a girl, and balls seems kind of weird, but at least she had the balls to come out. And about her, it'd say the same thing. You know, she came out and said how she felt about the situation. Like, oh, I definitely could see why he said that he might be involved in this, that, and the third. You know, do all farms have barns? No, no, they do not, because there's an ant farm and there's all kinds of farms that you could possibly think of. So no, they don't. Yeah, it's like if somebody really says something nasty, I don't think that really anybody wants me to literally go off on somebody because yeah, even if I'm not really mad and I'm just pretending to be mad, there's nothing anybody wants to hear because I try to, in my own way, make them question whether or not they should ever be rude to my on my channel again. Yeah, kind of. I'm an asshole. Do all bridges have trolls? No, no, they don't. Like, you know, you have bridges in your mouth sometimes and all kinds of other stuff. So yeah, I'm mad at Ted right now. Yeah. So I hope he's listening. So if he is listening, and I'm only this in the most constructive way because I don't feel like explaining it. Fuck Ted. There we go. Fuck Ted. Because he did the one thing that really makes me mad more than anything, most of all, and I'm not entirely sure why. So it's making me mad. Yeah. Criminal Network? I don't dislike Criminal Network. They weren't rude to me. Ted is a crank, but I have cranks that are my friends. So what's wrong with being a crank? Albeit that some of them see that like they're taking money to push the Odinist agenda. I mean, but there's nothing wrong with being a crank. You heard it. I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't stutter. I'm pretty sure I said that loud and clear. So yeah. Because for the life of me, I don't see how a genuine true crime person would actually be pressing. Yeah, I mean, technically, if you're just a fan and you watch them, wouldn't I be actually a crank too? Because I'm a reject. Um, well, in this community, if I just say literally, he wants to kick my ass, cool. I mean, I don't care who it is, but everybody I met in the Delphi community so far in line, they couldn't beat me if their name was tattooed on, if my name was tattooed on their dick. Okay, so let's just get beyond that. And me, Criminal Network, were so cool lately. I thought, am I confusing them with someone else? Yeah, if you want to kick my ass, you don't block me. That's a sissy move. Come on. If you gotta block me, that means yeah. I don't even know who this criminal network is to even consider them an enemy. So why would they block me? If I piss you off that much by just my talking about regular shit that I know for a fact, that means that you're starting to believe what I'm saying and you block me because you can't handle the truth that's in my mouth. That's fact. Because, I mean, I get when I'm talking. That's one thing. Because I am fucking loud, obnoxious, annoying. I get that. I get it. Trust me. But if I'm just typing, you can sit there and see all the shit that you want. You can claim, I don't think that's true, or I don't think that's true. That's because you don't know the information. But the majority of what I say, hey, guess what? I verified that motherfucker. I'm not saying it's actually 100% true, but I'm saying somebody involved in the case actually said it was 100% true. So, yeah. Okay, define innocent. O.J. Simpson was innocent. Casey Anthony was innocent. So could you please do me a favor? Define innocent for me. Are you talking about a jury of his peers stood up and said, we found Rick Allen in the charge of 2 counts of first or whatever murder? Not guilty. Oh, I'm sorry to be the one to tell y'all that. That never happened. Okay, but I'm saying, I'm using it as an example. That's what's too much to see what? I'm so lost. And, good night, Lolly. Talk to you later. Have a good night, bro. Sleep well. But I'm the worst of the worst when it comes to possibly these fucking weirdos. Because you know what? How I became known on American Online and shit to people around where I live at. Plain out and simply, I was the idiot that was willing to bad mouth, shit talk you, make you look like a dumbass, and then when you get all flustered, you got pissed off and says, "Meet me at the Taco Bell. We're gonna fight." I'm the idiot that showed up from the age of 13. So you get what I'm saying? I don't really, it doesn't. You can tell me you're going to shoot me. You can tell me you want to beat my ass. You can tell me a million different things. It's not going to stop me. I'm not a keyboard warrior. And when I finally get up, I got to go to Oregon first. Sorry about that. I got to be pitched up, drop off the grid, a little fun. But then I'm going to start kicking hornet's nest and shit in Indiana for fun. I know hunting evil true crime. I mean, I'm pretty sure he still remembers me. He knows who I am. Yeah, I consider him a friend of mine. I don't like it when people pick on him, though. I gave him quite a bit of the information that he's running around with, posting as fact. He's embedded it with a lot more information since then, but basically the information, quite a bit of that he's gotten from me. But that was basically from days like Reddit and everything else. See, people don't notice that. I was quite infamous already before I even got to YouTube when it came to this crap. Where do you think the whole cartel story and all that shit came from, y'all? I hope I confuse people with that too. The whole no, I didn't think of the whole Keegan going to sell a snuff film in Vegas. That I didn't think of. But using that, I was the one that came up with the whole cartel shit. If you didn't know that, oh my god. So when people tell it now, they always fuck it up and it insults me. It's like, bro, that's not how I wrote it. Fix it. You're using the wrong cartel. Come on. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I'm seriously not. And the real story, the cartel that was used was the Gulf Cartel because they're the actual ones that still have a controlling stake in Las Vegas. Come on, guys, do your research if you're going to put out some bullshit. Just saying. I'm just saying. If you come out saying Sinaloa, that makes no fucking sense because they have no controlling stake in most of Nevada. You just sound silly. But none of these people care to even look it up, so I guess it really doesn't matter, right? It drives me nuts, man, when people say it was. Told you! I told you! Oh my god! Part of me wants to laugh. The other part of me gets like, yo, if you're gonna, because it makes me feel good. It warm and fuzzy inside. To hear my magical story being retold, and people are like, wait, that wasn't you. Within the first month or so of me being on YouTube, and you can gladly go back because you can find me saying it on Reddit on a really funny looking name because I didn't pick the name, Reddit did. But when I first got to YouTube, I had this really weird statement, and the statement was literally, "Hey, what would you say if I could connect Delphi to 11 states and 60-something serial killers all the way to Mexico and the cartels?" Literally, I've said it a million times because I can. All that's facts, mind you. Every bit of what I just said is a fact because I can. Now, that thing right there It's what started because I'm a writer, man. I write shit. I think of a story. I see the links there in real life or whatever, and I try to write a friendly, thrilling story. And the story I wrote involved Florida being linked completely to Delphi and the whole 9 yards. But it's not. Vegas is in Nevada. I needed the suspects to blame. And when I first got into YouTube, remember Tony Klein and Keaton Klein were the suspects. Remember? So it's nothing really involving Nevada. It's just that's where Tony and Keaton went to Vegas. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's an honest, logical link in every step of the way. So it's not like these links don't exist. They do exist, you guys. Nobody, I never lied about any of it. But it should also tell you, I actually did the research when I wrote the story myself. So when all these people are coming up with these weird fucking changes, when they're getting the cartels wrong, or this or that, well, what research are you really paying for? Because, I mean, I know because I did the research. I can show you pictures of ISP at fucking cartel leaders in fucking Las Vegas' daughters' fucking weddings. Shit that'll make you really go, oh, what the fuck? And I would go, yeah, exactly. But they just led to nowhere. All I did was save you guys a bunch of rabbit holes you had to go down. I thought I was being nice. And don't get me wrong, the connections are there, guys. I get that. They're actually there. I don't want you to think I'm making up some bullshit or whatever, because I didn't. It's legitimate things. But, come on, we got to rely on logic first. And if it's like the fourth, fifth, sixth excuse down the line, that's where the problem starts. And all the creators I hear talking about it, I get what they're doing. They're just talking about the chances of something like that happen. I have no problem with it. I don't claim to want a payoff or anything because I don't. Yeah, it's funny because I just would be like, hey, bro, like, you got that part wrong. Or this and that and the other. And it is what it is. I mean, if people knew who I was on Reddit, my original, and you could really easily figure out that it was me on Reddit if you would just search the subreddits that are owned or ran by that specific user. You'd go, oh shit. Trust me. There's no other way around it. You would just say, oh shit, because it's obviously me. I think I'm trying to remember what my name on there was, the original one of the initial ones or whatever, and I had it like 3 or 4 times too. It was like green caterpillar with some numbers. So you would never think this is like necessary evil because it's green caterpillar. But no, it was me. Easiest way to tell would be to, I don't know, find a subreddit I started or whatever, because there was one, and use that. Because if somebody's talking about crimes that happen in nothing but Lee County, Florida, well, you know some of my stories that I've told you in the past. They should link together. I don't know. It is what it is. And the reason I also say that this story is completely true, I am still working on a massive story where I'm linking political government, serial killers, pedophile rings, and more all together. And I'm talking about for like 100 years. That's a fact. And that's still the thing I'm working on right now. But it's legitimate. No, this was at the time too. Gulf Cartel doesn't control too much of anything anymore. But at the time, Vegas was ran by partially fucking the cartel, the Gulf Cartel. You want to know how I know Sinaloa doesn't control Vegas? Because I have members of my family that are in the Sinaloa cartel. So I think I know better than everybody in that regard. No offense. I mean, if you've seen the people I've met in real life, I don't know, you probably shit yourself kind of basically. Because I've been to Mexico quite a few times. I'm not saying you haven't been to Mexico or anything like that, but I would just say if you met the people I have in Mexico, you would be shocked. And I was just a little shit. They do go west. They haven't done much of that because of the whole fucking Las Vegas shit. Yeah, I get that. But now it's starting to fall apart again and all this other stuff. All I'm saying is the majority of it, as in just because nobody controls Vegas. If anybody controls Vegas, it would be the Italian fucking or the mob. Everybody knows that. Common sense. We all know that. But is there a state leader that owns partial interest in a hedge fund that's owned by that owns one of the casinos? Yes. See, I didn't. The story always went that a gang member, a cartel member, or a high-ranking cartel member or boss owns a cartel owns a casino. But then, if you go ahead and try to look up a casino like that, you're not going to find one because it doesn't exist. Now, what we do have is when cartel leaders and everything else, people that use money and whatever, they join up things called hedge funds and stuff, where as a group they buy interest into fucking why would wait why would I thought Indiana would be like in the middle. That's like saying the outlaws don't go west, so they can't be in Indiana. I'm sorry, that's just yeah, no, that's not true at all. If the outlaws don't go west, and they're in Vegas, and they're do you understand the problem I'm having with what you're saying, though? No offense. Because to me, I don't consider. I mean, you can consider something like that a little bit west, but I'm sorry, it just doesn't west to me. Because you got the Gulf Cartel in fucking Illinois, you got the cartel in Gulf Cartel in Indiana, and you have the Gulf Cartel. And as far as I know, Vegas and Nevada is pretty much right next to that. Am I correct or am I wrong? Yeah. The war is cartel, but I'm not saying they have controlling interest. I said they have a controlling. They have game wise a controlling stake in one of the casinos, and I'm not even going to say that because it's one person that has that. And yeah, did he have a daughter that had a wedding? Sure enough, in Vegas, yes, sir. And did she, in fact, for one reason or another, have high-ranking members of ISP at the wedding? Yes, there's pictures of it. What do you call West, dude? If you're trying to call Illinois and shit like that too far west, you're full of shit. I'm glad you could just make this shit up. By tomorrow night or whatever, I'll have a big stack of things to prove wrong about it. So that's okay. Everything from news clippings to the cartel putting the borderline beef, everything. Like I said, it depends on how far west you're calling west, my friend. Oh no. Because all you do is come up here and be fucking rude and shit and act like you know everything, but you never offer up any evidence to anything that you said. Just being Latino, no offense, I'm sorry, that doesn't make you an expert on fucking cartels. Because I want to put anybody that thinks they know cartels, well, I put my ass against. I know more about the cartels than I know about Delphi. Hey, bring it anytime you want, este vato. Oh, I didn't press send, my bad. I love when people just think they know more than they trust me. I can sit there with actual cartel members that I have here in Florida, going over my information and knowledge base or whatever on cartels. And oh my God, lordy, 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 they would vouch for me any day of the week. Oh, okay. I was about to say, where are you at, Noy? Get up here, Mr. Cartel Expert there,
Okay,
because I'm
so you
white.
said you did your research. Look, man, the golf cartel doesn't
Research, I don't
operate.
do
Wait,
research, dude.
you said that the golf cartel operates in Las Vegas. That's not
Hold on,
true.
I can't hear you. 1 second.
That's what you said.
Say it again.
You said that the golf cartel
Yeah,
operates in Las Vegas. That's not true.
that's not what I said.
You,
I said they had a
you,
controlling stake in a casino, as in one of their former leaders who is now retired is part of a hedge fund who has a controlling stake, as in he partially owns some of the stocks of the casino, which is all fact. But y'all said Sinaloa, and that's even worse.
no. You said that the golf cartel operates in Las
Y'all
Vegas.
said
That's
Sinaloa,
not
which is even worse. Yeah, operate.
you
Did I
got,
say
and there's
crime?
no look. There's no
Did
such
I
thing
say
as
they
a
operate the
Sinaloa.
crime?
Look, when they busted the Chapo, the Sinaloa cartel is it's called the CNJ now. Okay, and there's
The what?
this cartel Nueva Generación. That's
Are
the
you talking about
Sinaloa.
the new generation Jalisco?
Yes, Jalisco.
The
Okay, listen.
CJNG, my friend.
Well, that's okay. I'm that
See,
that's
there you go. I've already
uh,
knocked you the fuck out,
no.
bro,
But what
because
I,
you don't
no,
even know
but
the
what I'm
damn cartel.
Tijuana,
El
Juarez.
Micho.
You think that Tijuana and Juarez would allow the golf cartel to go that way?
I
No,
think there is alliances all over the place. Yes, I do.
no. I mean, they're
And I think the
associations
Gulf
and stuff.
Cartel, when
Yeah,
they lost most of
no,
their power
but
because the Los
everybody
Zetas
knows.
broke up with them
Everybody
back
knows
in the
that the
90s
golf
and shit.
cartel's
No, in the early
main
2000s.
main corridors out of Houston would be the
Bro, you
East,
already fucked up your
the
whole thing.
Midwest, and the East Coast,
Hey,
Atlanta,
anybody want to Google every
Indianapolis,
word that I've said thus far and want to
Cincinnati,
confirm it
New
on Google for
York,
me? Because, yeah.
Baltimore. And I was getting ready to go to sleep, dude, and then you start saying the Gulf cartel operates. You say you're no. Okay,
Like I said, if you're
okay.
making an argument or debate on your information,
Maybe you
I
got
think I've already
confused,
won
Charles.
because everything
Maybe
you've said thus far has been incorrect and
maybe
everything I've said thus far has
maybe
been fact.
maybe you got confused.
Mm,
They operate out of Houston, Brownsville, Matamoros.
yeah,
Okay, they
but
operate out of Tampico,
why
Veracruz.
would El Chapo and El Mayo and
They are the West Coast. They're the
Chelitos, why
well,
would
the
all them
West.
guys be caught in the Boras country
And
if the Boras controlled down there
wait, now
in
you
Houston?
said something. You said something that made sense. That they may have alliances and associations.
That's what I
Yes.
just said. Yeah.
No, but you at first you said that the golf
No, I
you
said one specific guy had specific ownership or whatever.
okay, well that's a little different. That's a little different. I mean that yeah. Okay.
Trust me,
All right.
my cartel information is pretty dead on.
All right.
Man, I ain't even
Okay.
trying to be
Now
rude to anybody. I've
okay,
got
Charles.
yep.
Charles, be on your best behavior and don't be misinforming, okay? And now that you're
Well, I'm
saying
just
that you are
saying.
the one,
You
you
see
are the
that? No
one
sanctions, y'all. Even he knows that my
okay.
shit was.
You just
Yeah,
told
I'm just
YouTube,
saying.
bro.
He heard it himself. I was like, oh shit. He knows. Yes,
You
motherfucker. I
just
know my shit. I'm just saying.
you just told YouTube that you are the one who came up with the story about the cartels in Delphi.
I am.
Quack quack
I
quack.
told you how to check
Okay.
that out as well.
And okay, you just told YouTube that was you. Spreading. You remind me. You know what you remind me of. You're like the male version of Yukio. You're a troublemaker.
Listen, dude. If you
Mm.
can go find somebody before 9 years ago that can somehow say they ever said the same shit, then I think there's validity to what I'm saying. Am I not correct?
You're just a shit
Because it's just
starter.
coming out on major channels and shit about some of the links that I've mentioned in my short story so far about true information about the pedophiles and the politicians and everything like that. So honestly, I think the facts of my story are coming out slowly but surely.
You're a shit starter. Okay. All right. Well, now be on your best
Hey,
behavior. Don't
go on YouTube and
misinform.
check out politicians,
Don't
and or better
misinform.
yet, go
Okay.
look up the podcast,
I know
the
it's okay.
Candyman,
There's a big old web and everything's
and the
connected.
Clown.
Okay, I see. I can give you that. Everything's connected. You know everything.
There you
But
go. I'm just saying, there's
what we're trying
connections
to tell
there.
you right now is this is the Troll Patrol, and we're asking you to be on your best behavior, Charles. Okay. Have a good night, sir. Thank you.
You too, my friend. See, the problem with the Troll Patrol or all these other groups, plain out and simple, put is they'll silence me because if they get me talking, then you actually get the source of information right in front of you, and you forget. I got a really good fucking memory, and I will bust out all that shit. Because, like I said, if you know who I've met in real life, you see me as a white person, and white people can't know about these things, and that's not nice. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. But period. I made these links back then, and you want to know why? Yes, Charles was troll farm. That is fact. Who's not saying? Wait, who's saying I wasn't troll farm? No, he said troll patrol. No, he's troll patrol. That means he goes around with the thing with the camera and points the camera at the troll farm. Which I would love, honestly. If Noe came around the thing, if I was at the trial, I saw Noe come up with a camera, I'd be like, "Oh, it's Noe!" I can start dancing around and do all kinds of crazy shit for the camera. Oh, I do believe. Yeah, yeah. Nobody misunderstand. I'm not saying Bossy didn't make obituary or anything like that. I'm not saying. I'm saying I don't know because I've already told y'all from the get go why I was a member in the first place. They didn't want me there. Bossy didn't like me. Turbo didn't like me. They saw me as a fucking criminal. Of course, why would I get mad? I'm not the type to get mad, man. I'm a character, man. I love the attention. I am a-okay with somebody throwing a camera or something in my face, man. I've done interviews with Deion Sanders and all kinds of shit. I've been in concert many times. I've done all kinds of shit. It doesn't bother me to just get a bit of attention. You know, see, the people that shy away from the attention are the people that are doing wrong and the people that are lying. When you're telling the truth, you're not a douchebag. I mean, if you're saying you're doing something to get somebody to mention something or to have a reaction, then yeah, I guess he'd be one. He is a big troll. No offense, no. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. But so is Bossy. I mean, I guess, right? Hey, I've been honest from day one, and that's why people want to hate me. But really, can you? Because whatever groups or whatever this or whatever that, I didn't give a fuck. I just said how I know it. It is as it is. I can't help it. I see a camera and I see Noe and I'll probably be stoned, so I'll probably just think it's a laugh. Yeah, it'd be a good time. Because I find Noe to be hilarious. Noe did dip in Holly. And at the time, but at the same time, you guys got to understand, I didn't attack Holly unless we got into the same place. Like once in a while in the chat, like she would be somewhere, I would be somewhere, and she'd get a little snooty with me, and I'd be a little snooty back with her. But I wasn't hateful. But if somebody calls me out, y'all know who I am. I'm literally just gonna be like, all right, you want to walk this walk? We'll talk. Let's do this. Let's do this. And then most people just chill, and then I just chill. I'm not even gonna say I keep the roast or do this and that. It is what it is. I got no problem in getting into a little verbal dissent with males or females. I've been on the side with Snake before. I've been on everybody. I've been on the other side. I've been all over the fucking place. And I decided, it's just like, yeah, yeah, I'm not worried. I mean, Luis isn't arguing. Luis is my buddy. But because you got to understand, my buddies are my buddies because I don't give a damn what their opinion is. We all cool like that. You know, it is what it is. So, like I said, I no longer link my friends to any specific group, side, or whatever. I have friends on all sides. But at the time, even I would say, I understood why what Holly was trying to do. I guess in the long run, I took it as she's trying to convince. She honestly thinks that King Klein and Tony Klein had something to do with this crime, and she's doing it her way to try to get the information out of him. I understood it for the longest time until at some point when I was like, "Well, I don't think they're involved." So you're kind of like beating, you're just being nice to a pedophile now. But I would, if you're mean to me, I'm going to be mean back. Everybody's been on my good side. Damn near everybody's been a little bit on my bad side. There's no dog pile going on, specifically me involved. I'm the one that'll stop a dog pile if I see it occurring, even if I'm involved. That's what the problem is, man. There's trolls and all over. All Delphi is a bunch of trolls, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, sorry to say, I'm sorry if anybody's offended by it or whatever else, but yeah, Delphi is a bunch of trolls. Oh, fucking Joe. Oh, man. Joe's threatened to blow up the fucking softball park. This is what I'm talking about. There's fucked up people throughout all of this, man. And this is why whenever I've been in every single group, nearly in my own way, I would go nuts. I couldn't literally, I just couldn't do it. And Lisa's seen me in these situations. I go out of my own fucking mind and I quit and I fucking, I start losing a little bit and I have to calm down and shit. And then they bring me back in there like, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And then I go nuts again. And that's the fact. I can't, I just can't do it. There's some shady shit going on all over the fucking place in this crime. And the only time I finally felt mentally at ease is when I finally stepped out of all the darkness, which is damn near the entire community, and stood out on my own by myself. And I said, hey, this is what I think. This is how it is. This is the facts that I use behind it, supporting it, the whole 9 yards. And I didn't budge from that point. Hey, I may be nuts, but you know what? Everybody's nuts here. This is Delphi, the land of the broken. I've been saying that for years too. Like I said, my longtime friends, they can confirm that because that's what we call Delphi. We say that literally, this is Delphi. Everybody's broken. Everybody's nuts. And no, I don't claim to be sane. I don't claim to be this. I don't claim to be that. I'm not no fucking hero. I'm not no fucking mortar. I'm none of that shit. I'm an asshole. Yeah, I wouldn't even call myself a troll. I'm just an asshole. And even Holly turned on y'all guys. And hi, TJ. Sorry I didn't say hi. That's what I'm saying. There is no loyalty in fucking Delphi. So why do you think I feel at ease finally separating myself from everything and keeping my distance from everybody else a little bit? Because Delphi people be scary, man. I always thought if you didn't do somebody wrong or you didn't do this or you didn't do that, you never had to worry because people wouldn't just turn on you like that. No, that's not a fact. Probably. And what did Charles Goblin say? Because I tell you what, at most you're going to literally see like me type in LOL because half the time that's my answer for everything. Yeah. you get uncomfortable around here and shit. So most often than not, if I agree with something, you can't shut me the fuck up. So if you see like an LOL, that's it. I'm sorry, that's not a comment. And like I said, if he's just fucking with you to fuck with you, you kind of bring that on yourself. And also, you're just living in the past, man. You talk about somebody that I ran out myself. Probably lurking again. Don't get me wrong, but you're talking about a person that bad news that who got rid of me, and how people are mad at me because I got rid of them. Yeah, it is what it is. Don't tell the story until you know the entire whole story. Because if you knew, it wasn't prop and the doxing, it wasn't any of that shit. It wasn't happening in real life. It wasn't all that. The original thing that got rid of him was me. Because who didn't trust Rig? Who literally said there was two people, if I remember correctly. I told Jinx and everybody not to fucking trust. One was Reg, and the other one was Mark Cohen. And as far as I'm concerned, well, I think I've done pretty good with my sticks before I said not to trust. You're mad because somebody said a comment and they make you feel very good. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I said, if I posted some sort of horrible thing on there, well, I'd like to know what it was because I'm not the type of dog pile. Who? That's a whole different subject, and we've already talked about that, Louise. If I thought it somehow made you look bad on the surface of things to the public, then I would say something about it. But trust me, the conversation you're already talking about, I've already had it. Not just with you. Period. I literally told her, hey, she sent me screenshots. Trust me, you said it. So you can think what you want about me, but trust me, I'm a very honest motherfucker because I don't give a fuck. Hey, I've never said everybody tells the truth. In fact, I didn't say everybody's honest at all. I mean, but I defend everybody in my own little way. I mean, I know most of the time it's not a very smart thing to do or whatever like that, but I'm loyal to my friends. You know that, right? And even in that situation, when you guys were arguing, did I just say, hey, could y'all please stop? Or I asked y'all to stop. That's all I did. I didn't take a side. I didn't take this. I didn't take that because trust me, I saw the points being made left and right. And I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's just like, is it worth the fighting and this and that? I didn't see it as worth the fighting. That's all it was. But yeah, trust me. I saw it, Louise, that you were trying to point out. Trust me. If I gotta stay, which yeah, might get somebody mad at me. Oh well, I'm always got somebody mad at me. It's okay. Yeah, yeah, you were right, dude. You were right. What happens is that people try to explain themselves away to try to not look like they're a mean person or whatever like that, and they don't remember the BS that they came up with or something like that. And like I said, I'm probably gonna get yelled at. It's okay. I'm used to it. But trust me, I think I already told you in DMs yourself that I know that, and I showed her that, but I was straight up about it to you, and I just don't put people on front in public. You know what I'm saying? And I genuinely responded to you with what I knew as fact. At the time, I didn't know what you were talking about because I wasn't in that conversation. So if I'm sitting there going, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I legitimately don't know what the hell you're talking about because I That's why. Yeah. Okay. I'll just making sure that's clear. Because I don't know about this shit that people make up. I don't know about that at all. I'm I'm like a band-aid, and a band-aid sometimes it's easy to take off and it doesn't hurt anybody or this, that, and the other. But sometimes you got to rip it off. But sadly, I'd much rather be honest when I rip the shit off and have it hurt a little bit. But at least you know who the fuck I am. Simple as that. Yeah, man. I was trying to talk about fucking actual crime here, man. And no, I wouldn't call him a troll and this and that. He's just. Why is everybody gonna get fixated on this stuff from years ago, y'all? I mean, I do believe there's a lot of things about Delphi that people don't know about and shit. But you know, hell, this live wasn't even supposed to be talking about Bailey in Delphi. It was supposed to be information covered involving this new fact lately involving the zodiac members and the Black Dahlia. And well, I did get done with most of that, or at least quite a bit of that. This is how it goes. The Delphi people fucking interrupt everything. And I try to cater to the fucking audience or whatever, but then it gets thrown off blast and then it gets drama related and it's all downhill from there. Another reason why I would never ask for a fucking penny or a donation or this and that from anybody who's concerned, because, you know, if I leave questions unanswered, I start seeing things accusing me and all this other shit in the chat. Like, oh, you try to hide this? I ain't trying to hide shit, man. I started this. Look, if y'all want to have me have a random live that just says, hey, random Delphi shit, I'm more than happy to do it. If I know something as the truth, I'm going to say, hey, this is what I know about that. I'm not going to out the people I care about because whatever reason they have, either I believe in it or not, they don't want their information. That's them. That's up to them. I am not a turncoat like that. You know, whether it be Peggy or Bo or any of them. And I'm sorry for bringing those people up. I know I love you, but I'm not going to out them. I'm just not. Anybody that don't feel, especially women and kids or women with kids and stuff like that, oh, fuck that. Us men, if we're going to be big mouths and run our shit and everything else, then honestly, be a man, step up and be who the fuck you are. But in reality, like, no. Like Ashley Schaefer, he didn't really fuck with anybody. He just, I'm sorry. I mean, like when Noe and Snake or whatever saw those South Park recent videos or whatever with all the characters from Delphi and those, it almost looked like everybody was pleased. So what? I don't get it. If you're pleased about the South Park Delphi, then what's the problem with Ashley Schaefer's? No, you don't get to play favoritism. This, that. No, it just ain't right, man. It ain't right at all. You know, nobody harmed you. Hell, they weren't even making characters that were bad characters. You know, they just made you characters. That's it. It's not my job to help y'all hurt. Am I sure I wouldn't do what? Out somebody? Yeah, I know it. I know, Luis. I never said I was smart either. Y'all all assumed I was. Am I sure that Charles wouldn't do it? Yeah, I know I haven't doxed anybody. The people I trust with unbridled information like that, I don't have to worry about because there's only one. And damn near, I call that motherfucker the impenetrable fortress. 100% sure. Like I said, if you think, like the whole thing with Bossy, and her account name, if you can find somebody, I've actually doxed. And like I said, once somebody is doxed, you can't be undoxed. They're doxed. So what are you trying to say that I did? So I want to clarify that in front of everybody, because you see me, I'm on the up and up 100% out in the middle of everything. Oh, I'll show you, Charles, but I don't need to publish it. I don't give a fuck. No. We're going to publish that shit. Because if I somehow, no, I'm sorry, there's no way in hell. Wait, what? Hold on, I'm not understanding what you're saying. Am I sure I wouldn't do it? I have never uttered Jinx's real name. Jinx is rolling me left, way, right, side, up, down. It don't matter. Okay? Nah, dude, because I don't do drugs like that. You're on the wrong drugs, bro. If you knew about me, you would know that my drugs were downers. You want to know why? Because I have an overworking brain. I'm like, and I'm not trying to be rude by saying it. I'm like you. I don't want to think any more than I have to. You know what I'm saying? The last thing I want to do is actually have to think more. You just don't understand. No, I have overdosed. When have I ever lied about that? I have overdosed off of fentanyl, which, if you know anything, no, that's downer. Um, Probably like 5 or 6 times in the past 20 something years. No, I don't do those drugs because they make me think too much. Dude, do you have any see, if I start talking about, do you have any idea, and I want to use an example, and say IQ, but most people don't even understand what IQ is, so we'll go over that point. I have a very hyperactive brain. Anybody that's actually had a verbal conversation with me knows what the fuck I'm talking about. If it's some sort of information or subject that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, yeah, like I said, dude, you're just once again trying to control me. I've always been out and about. It's straight up. I've been off of drugs for many years, except for marijuana, which I don't find to be a drug. And I've also been upfront about that, right? I know he likes to argue with me. You don't hear me getting offended. I mean, like I said, my real friends, anybody that's asked me that question or something like that, you've heard the God honest truth. I got no problem saying it. That's what y'all don't understand. Most people on here are worried about looking bad or looking this way or looking that. No, I tell you how I am, straight up from the bat. I don't claim to be amazing. I don't claim to be this. I don't claim to be that. I don't even claim to be a creator. I'm just a dude that's talking. That's it. And not even that well at it. Because, yeah, technically, no, I agree with you on that, Diana, too. Oddly enough. And I need to stop smoking cigarettes. Oh, man, don't turn into a madman. One thing at a time, okay? I'll quit cigarettes next and nicotine next, and then I'll think about weed. But right now, I need that little crutch, man. I'm human. But you know what I mean by drugs, okay? And trust me, this is what I sound like sober, yo. I'm not even high right now. Could you imagine me on like cocaine? I've seen it. Trust me, you don't want you don't want to have nothing to do with that. I've never done crack and never done that, so I can't really say anything about those regards. But I have done cocaine. And, oh boy, you don't want me on cocaine. Is it? Oh, I snorted Ritalin once. Holy shit! We painted a whole damn like apartment complex because we were on Ritalin. We snorted that shit. Wow. Snort. Hey, if you can get old fashioned Ritalin, yo, guys. Oh, I apologize. I was about to get back on it. I was just, getting off the subject real quick. I apologize. I was going to get back to that whole. Nah, Ozempic is for lazy fucks, okay? And I'm a lazy fuck. You know what really does that shit? You want to really lose some weight? Get motherfucking cancer, dog. Get fucking cancer. Oh, you can get rid of that dog. Dog, we can make some money, bro. I sat here and I shit you not. If anybody remembers what I looked like when I first came to the Delphi community, I shit you not, I weighed 451 pounds. Around that. Now I'm constantly around, and that's because I try hard as hell, and I have to eat fatty things. I'm like at 185, 190 ish. Yeah, really, you're really fucking tiny. Why the fuck are you? Yeah. See, that's it's probably because one of those people that in their minds sees that they're never good enough, so they do everything possible to fucking change themselves, but in fact, they're just hurting themselves more. Yeah, believe it or not, I have taken a bit of fucking psychology in my time too. I mean, I've seen everybody go now, dude. Back to this making money thing, dog, shabby, whatever. Cue ball, bro. We can make some money. I wait. Why is my talking somehow interrupting her? Look, dog. We talk about making some money here, okay? Okay, I'm just saying. Like the orange. That's just better than cocaine, dog. Shit, we can make like $20 a pill. No, just fine. It should be. It's less obvious. And honestly, my health kind of throws any fucking upper drug out of the context or whatever, because my heart rate and all that other shit is perfectly. In fact, I'm a little bit too calm. Y'all go by my voice, and y'all also need to understand. Yeah, that's what I was kind of trying to describe without putting it out there. You know what I mean? But is it the same thing though? Is it? No, I'm not entirely sure because my boy Hump. Yes, I have a friend. In fact, my best friend is named Hump. I love that motherfucker. I miss him too. He's in Illinois. Fucking bastard. He's gonna get mad if he listens to this and hears that I called him Hump. He's gonna be so pissed off. So it's literally my internet just completely fucking died out, and I don't know if it's the phone or the internet or what, but I've learned in the process when that happens to literally restart the entire phone and restart the modem and wait for them to come back up. Most of the time, I don't get back in time for the live to still be going on. But if I think about it, and this time, it said, kind of like when my ear touches the phone and it says, you want to leave? And I'm like, no. And when I check the Wi Fi, it's not showing a connection. And then I go from that point. I'm not entirely sure the cause of it. So, yeah. See, yeah, as I was saying, and I'll try to move on unless people want to just keep random talking. I don't fucking really matter to me. But everybody on here is so worried about how they look and how people perceive them and this and that and the other. That's because they are creators. I'm not a creator. I wouldn't even call myself that good of a researcher, okay? I'm just a guy. And yeah. And one of the worst ones at that. I mean, who reads and puts their personality into the reading? Just that. Now, another thing, if you're in my chat, yeah, you need to be nice. Anybody who's not being nice, mods, you got a job to do because I have no need for people that are being rude. I don't care if they're my friend or whatever. They can be banned until the next live round, and then they'll get another chance. But yeah, I don't need people making fun of other people, making people feel like ashamed or anything like that. But if they're hating on me, that's okay. That's fine. Because I don't need anybody else to stand up for me. No need. Nobody's hurting my feelings. I'd say worse shit about myself more often, and then yeah. Period. No, because I'm actually honest about everything about me. See, you say that, dude, because you don't know her. I know her. What did she do to protect me? Banning your other account? Honestly, I'm just no. If anything, yeah. Who said what? That I'm the male version of Bo? But that's impossible. Because I mean, it makes no logical sense. You want to know why? Because everything I do is out front. I wear my weaknesses like armor. You understand what I'm saying? It makes no sense. You know, there's no stealth to me. If I'm coming for you, you only got to look one spot right in front of you, right? Doesn't bother me. Like I said, um, I still consider Tommy a friend. I got no issue with Tommy. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't say I got no issue with Tommy. I've had issues with Tommy in the past, but yeah, I don't need to be hateful with anybody. Because trust me, the worst thing you got to say about me is I'm the male Miss Bo. Does that mean I'm hot? Because she's hot. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. Yeah, I probably shouldn't say that. I wish, dog. Shit. Bow chicka bow wow. I mean, not even. I'm gonna get yelled at tomorrow. Just saying. No, see, that's kind of the reason why, because I'm always all like, I got love for everybody. I want nobody to get a misunderstanding or misconception about who I am. I am probably the worst motherfucker on here. Okay? Plain and simple. When I say I got love for everybody, it means I'll be the first one to reach out and slap the shit out of you too when you're fucking up. Do I have a crush on? Wow. This is what I'm saying, dude. I think the whole chat, anybody that, I think you're the only person in this chat with ask such. I hate to say it, dog. You just asked the dumbest question in the world. I'm just saying. I think anybody else, if I just said, "Hey, go ahead and answer," I think they all would unanimously say the same fucking thing. Probably. So no, yeah. Lack of information, my friend. Lack of information. But it's okay, no. Yes, I kind of have a crush on Miss Bo. That is indeed, in fact. Right, she's probably not the only one. I should just shut the fuck up now. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably should. Dude, it's not a rumor, dog. What do you mean rumor? And dude, I'm just saying to everybody in this chat. I love you to death. No, I really do. But sometimes you're just so lost, so beyond lost. Wow. I forget how much you actually didn't know about the whole story. Is she? I don't know. Is she? Probably. Probably. Don't worry. It's fine, dude. She won't ban you for that. You're fine. Remember, you guys have a peace treaty. Yeah. Dude, I'm just trying to tell you, you don't have no idea how silly you sound. Oh, no, I think he's talking about in the chat, Louise, in my chat. And yes, she is, but she won't ban you. Promise. And if she does, I'll mod her. And, I mean, wait, but, would it be considered a crush? I guess you can call it that. Sure, why not? Well, intents and purposes, we'll call it that. Sure, why not? I'm a whore, bro. I like all the chicks. No, I can't even make up a lie like that. Sorry, that was just me bullshitting. No, there's people I'm close with. That is correct. I'm not. Hey, I'm just no. I only brought up the peace thing. I'm like, if you're worried about her doing something to you, don't worry about it. I will unban you, and then I'll ban her, and I'll put her in timeout for like a week. Make her think about what she's done. You know, you just don't understand. Okay, just because I care about somebody doesn't mean I'm going to let them walk on me or whatever else. But at the same time, I can do let them walk on me. So that's not, yeah, it's very complicated. So, yeah, dog, see, that's how you can tell you're talking part of the story that, yeah, somebody, I'm going to have to, yeah, I'm going to have to plead. I'm just going to shut up at this point. Hey, I never said I was smart. I never said I made the right life choices or anything like that. And no, I don't want you to get a misconception. Whatever I think about or whatever about anybody in this community, that doesn't mean a thing about what I'm trying to. pursuit, because I'm not pursuing anybody, mind you. But as I said 1,000 times now, I'm an honest motherfucker. So I'm not just going to start making up lies now to cover my own ass. So what about it? What you trying to say? Because you sound like you're not really being very peaceful, dude. I thought that was a peace treaty. I mean, trust me. How do I put this in this is very possible? I'm Charles. It's a safe assumption just to assume that I know most, if not all things. Delphi. That includes the weirdos in the chats. So trust me, you're not going to out. Uh, Lord. You don't. You see, no, that could be construed as you were trying to attack somebody, you're trying to make somebody look bad, but you don't understand. Not only did I know about that, I was there myself. In fact, I've tried to tell you multiple times that she wasn't your enemy and that she actually was a fan of you when you were doing your music and stuff like that. And it was, and they tried to be friends with you. And this is my whole point. Because rather than trying to be your friend, you took it as they were trying to kiss your ass and not be friendly. And as far as I knew, Madeline and both were just trying to be friendly with you. And they were good, decent friends of mine at the time too. So I think I know a little bit about this. Bo was really a friend of you. Yeah. No, Lord, dude, she would link me and make me come watch you too. And 90% of the time, I don't even know the music. So I'm just like, I ain't glad to. Half the time I'd be bored. I'd be like, but he's never plays anything I know. And then I'd be happy the other half the time when he actually did play something I know. I'd be like, yay! But Bo would literally make me come. So that's what I'm talking about. You hating on somebody who was genuinely nice to you. It's sad. It's really sad. She tried to be your friend. You just don't never saw it as that. But she genuinely tried to actually, say what you want, man. Believe it or not, she wasn't one of the ones that said like really hateful things about you. She wasn't. I mean, she may say mean things or whatever, but there were points in time where you were being mean to her too. So when you got to take the context of when the things are being said. When you're just doing, it's like they disassociate. Yeah, disassociate the Delphi Noe with the music Noe. They like the Noe that does the music and shit, but they don't like the Noe that's doing the Delphi shit. Because you got to understand that some of the things you do sometimes just aren't very nice. I'm not saying all the time, and I'm not saying they're really mean or anything like that. I was just saying sometimes they're just not very nice. She genuinely came to you a couple of years ago, I think it was, to genuinely tell you guys what was going on, and she told y'all the truth, and then y'all right up the bat just called her a liar. But like I said, even now, I feel myself being questioned by you guys when I'm just sitting there telling you, I'm like, look, she's telling the truth. But you think my half of the story goes literally right in sync with hers? I'm not saying you like them or don't like them, but I'm saying that she genuinely was wanting to be your friend. She seemed okay. Like I said, the Noe that gets involved in Delphi is very angry and very like Not very nice sometimes and all kinds of other shit. But the Noe that does the music and shit like that, even I like that Noe better than the other Noe. That's like saying I was your enemy, but I was never y'all's enemy. Trust me, you don't know what it's like to be my enemy. Y'all were not my enemy. But you got to understand, there's a drastic difference between you and that's doing the music and stuff like that, and you and shit that's doing the Delphi. I'm trying to explain it from her point of view. And that's all I'm trying to do. I get it. I get it. That's why I don't hate on you. Like, if I have a problem with something you do, I'll call you out on it, or this, that, and the other. That doesn't mean I hate you or dislike or anything like that. I just say, hey, as it is, hey, right now you're being condescending because blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I just call it as it is. Now, when I'm calling somebody out, that don't mean I fucking hate you or dislike you or this, that, and the other. If I'm saying something bad about you, it's a fact. Once again, because I don't need to make up bullshit to say fucking shit about people. Or if I am, I'll sit there and say, it's like there, and it is usually like that. But what? Hey, sometimes he acts a little crazy, you know what I'm saying? He does act a little crazy sometimes. But then again, I act a little crazy sometimes too. Just because I feel my reasons are better or whatever, don't mean much of anything. It is what it is. I'm just trying to. And there were times that she would probably say the same thing about me. She liked me 99% of the time and then hates me that 1%. That's fine. That's fine. It is what it is. It doesn't bother me. I mean, like I said, no one don't know shit. If no one knew some of the things I came out and said publicly about, Lord, he's so good. Wow. I always thought or assumed that Prof would fill you in on these things, but it appears not. There were times where I felt like I was being turned on against too. Yes, go ahead and try to go to sleep. No one's hating on you. No, you're fine. Too many people around here in this community or in general, in the world entirely, um, worry about too much about how they look and always try to be friends with everybody, this and that, and the other. Well, I don't know. I think it's not a very cool thing to do or whatever because it makes you seem. I tell her all the time, and I know she's gonna hate my guts for even talking about her, but I didn't do it. So yeah, I tell her all the time. I said we can't just go with the whole I have love for everybody or this, that, or the other, this other stuff. Like, why can't I? Because it's true. And I'm like, because it's fake. It sounds fucking fake as hell, bro. What do you mean? I'm like, because if you try to be all this positive hippie looking motherfucker all the damn time, ain't nobody's gonna believe what the fuck you gotta say. People believe me. Why? Because when I'm happy, when okay, correction, there ain't no such thing as Charles happy. Let's make that clear. But if I'm mad or if I'm glad, you can easily tell. I'm more than happy to tell the reason why, and it's very logical. It's like because I'm very unhappy with the work. So most of the time, I'm in a very gloomy gust kind of situation, or I'm just playing, which I can crack jokes, do whatever. Yeah, too many people are like, "Oh, Charles hates me," or I get banned because they think I hate him. Look, I'm not going to jump attack you, even by myself, because you don't have the same opinion as me. I thought I made that abundantly clear to everybody. I've disassociated myself completely from everybody else. And now it's like people are bending in my direction. I'm like, hey, 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 don't start trying to come over here just because you think I'm starting to look low. Like, oh, I'm starting to make sense. No, 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 no. Get your ass back over to your side. Huh? I'm not just going to allow anybody to get. What are you talking about? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Hey, I will have courtesy. Damn it. Hold on, Lucas. I got to mod you or something. I can't mod people from here? That's lame. Hey, ignore each other or don't make me be me. That's all I'm going to say. This is my channel. After this, I'll mod you, Louis. If I mod you, well, I'll take both mod too, so I don't have to worry about her. So, yeah. Okay, we know that. We know that it's a misunderstanding in the past. 90% of misunderstandings in Delphi are people that didn't run shit through me. Oh, no way. If I ban it with... If I ban it, will you be able to go to sleep, dude? Because I got you. Oh, no, thank you, Mod. Thank you. I'm finally glad a Mod showed up. God bless you, Diana. Fuck yeah. Oh, thank God. That's why I mod people. There you go. Oh, so Charles don't have to do shit. Now I don't have to look like an asshole. I know who the fuck that was. I know who the fuck it is. Trust me. Oh, interesting. Rule number 1, Holden, you don't fucking target little kids. Been here longer than I have. I shouldn't have to tell you the fucking rules. Honestly, I think I'm too much of an asshole most of the time. So I try to come off a little bit more pleasant because people just don't like an angry child. You know what, motherfucker? Sometimes it's what's needed. I have a very simple, small fucking group of people. And you will survive quite well on my channel and the rest of YouTube by doing one simple little thing. Leave my fucking people alone. Every little kid on this fucking planet is my people. And a very few adults, my people. Hell, I'll even let you slide a little bit. If you have an actual grievance with one of my people, that's understandable. Like, I've seen the points you're making, and you vented out of this and that and the other, and I'll probably get yelled at the next day, but fuck it. It is what it is. You know, if it's naturally better to make the person get what they have, have in their mind what's bothering them to out and said, I'll take the yelling at. I don't give a fuck. Now, you're being a cunt to being a cunt. Well, then guess what? Then I will be that asshole to be that asshole. And as much as you are one, I guarantee I'm worse. The only difference is, you apparently have no line draw. Well, you know what? That's the difference between us humans and decent, civilized human beings. I ain't gonna target little kids. I don't care how much. Oh, it's a little bitty funny and I threw it in it. No, motherfucker, see. You got kids? Pretty sure. Yeah, no, you definitely got kids. Now that I remember. How would you feel if like your grandkids or your kids and everything else put in the video like that? Oh, you go nuts. You can't even stand yourself being in a fucking video, let alone them. So what the fuck right do you have? I don't care if they posted themselves on there. Here. I don't care. Don't care. Don't fucking care. Because you know what? I don't have to be nice. I choose to be nice. And like I said, that's one of those moves that I would call a no-brainer. You know, and you can sit there and time out or whatever the fuck you want to call it, your make-believe band, whatever the fuck you want to call that shit, and happily think to yourself, talk to yourself, do whatever you do. Or make it spare, come back in here. Because I tell you what, in regards to that instance and that subject, Oh, I think Diana's got enough of a van button to go about this all fucking night. So it's cool. It's cool. And no, we ain't gonna worry about shit because you know what? That's the one person that you ain't gonna worry about. Honestly, I was still trying to be polite, and then I almost forgot about it for a second. There, I was, oh shit, yeah, that's right. And right when I started remembering it, I took a fucking head off. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Well done. Well fucking done. And you know, I always like to be the one that doesn't have to ban people in this and that. Because I don't want to be the asshole. But hey, that one, I'm okay with that. No explanation needed. Nobody has to explain shit to me on that one. I don't care if the kid's blurred. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. I don't care about the details. You break the fucking rules when you involve little fucking kids. Don't fuck with my people. That's 2 rules you fucked up. So get mad at me. I know who the fuck you are. They think they don't know who you are. And you know who I'm talking about by that day. I know who the fuck you are. I know. They can go in denial and be naive and everything all they want. I know exactly who the fuck you are. Those sound effects and those everything else. Trust me, I know exactly who the fuck made that video. They do too. They just don't want to admit it. But it's okay. It is okay. It is what it is. I asked politely. In fact, my comment I remember is such a just like this was literally, hey, I know who this is, and you need to take this video down. I'm not even trying to be a dick yet, and I don't want to have to be a dick. So I'm asking you politely. And I'm still not being a dick. Night, Noe. And no, Noe, I'm not talking to you, so don't think that. See, that's what I would call damn near an enemy. Noe and Prof never were my enemies. I can give them hard times. I can fuck with them. I can do all kinds of different things. That's not an enemy. You start targeting little kids. You start doing fucked up shit. You start doing this. You start doing that. Hey, you betray me personally, of all people. Can I become the enemy? No. I can overlook you hating on me. I can overlook, hell, you hating on damn near everybody else in this community. I don't think I ask much. And if I got nothing but bullshit to say, and nothing true comes out of my mouth, all right, well, you don't need to be here. Nobody makes you be here. Okay, I don't make anybody to be here. Obviously, the people that are here either care about what I have to say, want to know what I have to say, or just plain out and simple are waiting for me to fuck up so they can rub it in my face. But that's fine too. Because if you're waiting for me to fuck up, that would mean I get to fuck up just enough yet, right? I have no idea if TJ's still in here. I'm sorry. I said hi to her and stuff. It was really hard to, comment directly, just break one person at a time. Post I've been trying to. Ugh. I wanted to talk about murdering people. Why can't I ever just talk about murdering people? It's always fucking Delphi. Where the fuck you been at, Nicole? You late ass. I was taking a nap. I didn't need to after the sleep. Yeah. We know. We've heard it all the story. I don't know if TJ's still in here. She was in here not long ago, though. Zeber, yeah, Zaber or whatever. He's a code cracker with the cold case associates that were cold cases. The cipher has been validated as such. Now, it is just an interpretation of the cipher, of course. Depending on what you change the key to, you could say that the cipher says Warren G. Harding for all. You got to remember, those things can change depending on what the key is, but the key that was used was Elizabeth. And upon using the key of Elizabeth, it unlocked her ex-boyfriend as an Elizabeth Short's ex-boyfriend. I knew you fell asleep. Did you hear what I just said? I said, yeah, we know Nicole. You fell asleep. Blah, 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 blah. You didn't have to tell me. I already know. I mean, honestly, the first half of it went pretty well, but I couldn't even get finished with the damn zodiac stuff. I think I got most of it done. No, probably like 60%. And then everybody just went fucking nuts with the whole Delphi shit again, as always. I'd rather just ignore everybody and just, but then everybody starts acting like I'm being a dick, and I'm like, fuck, man. Because if I stop everything every time to answer every question by every single person, it's like half the time there's like 20, 30 people in here. I can't just keep stopping everything. You just do it, and it's not even a problem. It's just like, fuck. And honestly, I'm so much calmer about the whole Delphi thing. I actually started going to people that have the same opinion as me, their lives, and I've become so calm again. It's so nice to be around people that think the same thing as me. But yeah, I was back on Sleuth Intuitions live and this and that. And without missing a beat, it's like he watched my live or something. The one I had at like 6 a.m. You might have, honestly, Patrick. He was like that. But he even mentioned it. He's like, yeah, if the cops were like milking it or this and that. I'm like, motherfucker, how you come out with that shit just right after I start talking about it? I'm like, see, they still watching my shit. They know what I'm talking about. So it was hilarious because I was like, I'm back to where I belong. The people are so much nicer over here. No, I'm just kidding. And somehow Fishy was a mod. It's so weird. It's like Twilight Zone. But it's far more than that, Nicole, my friend. It's far more. It's like I got one person here. I guess I can try to explain it all over again. This guy, Marvin Magnolia, or Magnolus, I forget which one it is. Who later on, you started using the name Marvin Merrill. When you use the, like I said, the key to the uncracked cipher using Elizabeth, sure enough, in the cipher, you get the name Marvin Merrill, for one. And this has been verified, mind you. So it's not just some shit some dude made up this time like last time. This is verified by Codebreakers, the real ones. So this guy's name was actually in that fucking Zodiac cipher that Zodiac said, hey, I'm telling you my name. Don't get me wrong. For the life of me, I know that the victims and the left and all this other shit doesn't match up for the fucking life of me. I get that. But it's more than that. I'd say he's now the best suspect probably as far as the Black Dahlia is concerned. He, on his damn near deathbed or on his deathbed, he drew a picture that looked just like Elizabeth Short, and I think it said Elizabeth on it too. The picture was of her bisected, as in cut in half like the victim was. And hidden sneakily in the drawing of Elizabeth Short was the word Zodiac. That's probably the one thing that bothers me more than fucking anything. It's the fact that, and I saw it, you could see it, it's in the picture. If I wasn't on my phone, I'd show you. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, no, it says Zodiac, dude. It literally says Zodiac. I can't make this shit up. It says fucking Zodiac. And I'm just like, what? And then they show the picture. I'm like, yeah, but that explains the Black Dahlia, but that doesn't. And then you see the down bottom near where the hair is. And I'm like, Oh hell no! That shit says the zodiac. I'm like, oh shit, it doesn't look good. I'm just, I don't know. I don't know. That's fucked up. It's real fucked up. It literally is a picture. Now I'm gonna say it because of the facts that is known about the case. He lied about to police about being or knowing her, when in fact he was the one she was running from. The Marine ex-boyfriend of hers that tossed her out was him, and he lied to the cops. You know, that's right up there. It's like red flag, red flag, red flag. Anybody, anytime you get a lie to the cops or whatever, they try to make yourself look innocent. That's a fucking hell of a red flag. If they told me he drove around in a four-door black sedan, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Yeah, I'm going to send it on the thing or whatever. You probably right up to the library. There's a bunch of information, and you're going to be flabbergasted because I can't really, like, I went through the information, but while I was waiting for the live that happened time wise to see what all there I could just snap into and destroy and break into, there wasn't much. Um, every single place this guy lived, Marvin Merrill, aka Marvin Magnolus, corresponded with a crime that seemed just like a murder that the Zodiac would commit, or was one of the places that they received the Zodiac letter from. Every place the guy lived until he died. Every fucking place. That's weird shit, bro. That's weird. Like Atlanta, Georgia. He said, like, you know, if most people don't know, there are letters from the Zodiac that came from all the way as far as fucking Atlanta, Georgia, that are confirmed letters of the Zodiac, right? Um, well, Marvin, in fact, did live in fucking Atlanta, Georgia. There's a lot of fucking weird shit going there. I can't see for the life of me the signatures, the modus operandi, the too drastically different and all that. I don't know, but it's still just very, very weird. And like I said, if I didn't think I was gonna be struck down or whatever, I'd play the live and all this other stuff. Well, if I had Peter out or whatnot that I saw, not the live, but the show or whatnot that I saw on it. Because honestly, they really didn't do it justice. Because when it's just broken down simplistically, and these are facts that you can verify and check and do this and that, you're just like, it's almost like if this is possible and these things are actually true, that somebody either set it up to look that way, which the guy seems unlike the last guy who said he cracked the this and that and the other, and they said they claimed the new Zodiac Press, and we all knew it was bullshit the second he started talking because he had no experience whatsoever in codes or cracking them or anything like that. So it's like, oh, you just got lucky the first time on one of the hardest fucking ciphers of all time. Fuck off. But this guy, not so much. He used artificial intelligence, which I kind of almost had the idea. I was thinking the same thing myself. I'm like, what if you could use artificial intelligence? And I got to see how the process was done and all that other stuff because we know how artificial intelligence can be modified and made to say what we want it to and stuff. So that's my only issue with that. But from what I was told, as I said, and beyond what I was told, as it's reported, the real code breakers, the guys who actually do this for a fucking living, verified the methods he used, including the AI's breaking down of the cipher. So if the only thing I can say is it might say something different if the key was something different. I guess that's all I can really combat it with. That's it. I would have to see. Also, there are newspaper reports, and I know this for a long time too, mind you. So I know this is a fact too. That witnesses that were around after the body was staged heard the killer, aka the person in the black car, asking where the Zodiac hotel was or motel was. This is another weird fact, like I said, that's been just tossed to the side for a long time, for years, but it's actually a true thing. So, yeah, the killer himself, or at least the person who dumped the body, was asking about something. There was no Zodiac Motel. If I got to let you know, it doesn't exist or didn't exist or whatever at the time. And this was like 1947, the damn near what 15, 16, 13 to 16 years or so before the Zodiac killer would even become a thing. Personally, I don't know. I really don't have. I have a weird suspect for the Zodiac murders because it just didn't sit in certain instance or whatever. Like they talk about this other guy. Okay, there was a taxi driver that was killed after or before, long before, or I think it was after Paul Stein was. And a lot of people swear up and down. They were like, hey, and he had links to being the Zodiac killer, believe it or not. But my first thought was, what about Paul Stein? Could he have maybe had a partner or something like that, and maybe he was the original fucking Zodiac killer, because the killing was so off to the other killing murders. This I wouldn't say the signature and like that, modus operandi and all that, the stalking, the cloak, the always being in a lover's lane situation and all that other stuff. All those were thrown to the side. He's no longer trying to kill couples that are making out and stalking couples that are making out. He kills a random fucking taxi driver. And I see the Zodiac as a very methodical person that plans his shit out well in advance. So a random murder doesn't make any sense to me. You don't just come across taxi guy and just hey, I'm going to shoot you or stab you or whatever the hell. I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. Period. And that's the one part of the crime that always bugged me. But then again, it does have a weird connection to another suspect I have in regards to the Zodiac. What's his name? There's another killer that, believe it or not, had exactly 5 victims, 5 known victims, like the Zodiac did. The first 4 victims were, I shit you not, couples killed on Lover's Lane. Sound familiar? And then the last victim was a random guy. Well, I'm going to say random in the other guy's case. He did, in fact, know. But, yeah, 5 victims. I think in Zodiac's case, 2 males and 2 females were murdered, even though more were injured. In this guy's case, he was also a serial killer who killed 5 victims, 2 male, 2 female, and then the last one was a single lone male. And he was supposedly in the area around the time of the Zodiac murders. He is, well, he's not alive anymore, but he is of the right age. He's even hinted at that he quite possibly could be the Zodiac. And that would be Ed Edwards. Personally, I don't think it was him, but there's just something a little catchy about those numbers, don't it? Yeah, but then again, there was a cop once that kind of tried to say that Edwards was the killer for John Benet Ramsey, Nicole Brown Simpson, and Ronald Goldman. And I mean, you think it, West Memphis 3, like you name it, all and everything that seemed unsolved or could be unsolved was basically this detective was blaming Ed Edwards for. But all Ed Edwards was doing was literally, who was, I think he was the first serial killer to actually come out on a game show. Most people remember Rodney Alcala because he was on the dating show, which is a game show. But in fact, Ed Edwards came out and that shit was on black and white TV. And he told his life story up until that point. And I forget what show it was or whatever like that. But you had to guess which one was the real guy. And each guy was like, yes, I went to prison because I was on the FBI's top 10 wanted list and all this other shit. Because he was a bank robber. And he was almost like a fucking Israel Keys, but much older. But he also didn't have the intelligence Israel Keys did and plant fucking, all that kits of weapons and all this other crap. But yeah, I still don't think we call him my suspect as far as the Zodiac murders are concerned. There was a guy named Richard. I know, crazy. His name has to be Richard. But there's a guy named Richard whose parents owned properties, and all these properties. There'd be like an apartment here, this, that. Everything seemed to coincide with where a body or where a murder happened in the Zodiac's case. And yeah, no. Actually, if you look up the whole list of reasons why he would be my suspect for the Zodiac murders, it's pretty fucking good. It blows this Merrill guy totally out of the water, but I can't explain it for the life of me because, the Merrill guy, he had some surgical training. I have seen the victim in this case. Let me save you the trouble, because if you haven't seen that body, don't trust me. If you don't like gory things, don't look that up, for God's sakes. It's pretty fucked up. Like I said, she was bisected. Instead of up and down, horizontally, I guess. I think it would be called. Yeah, horizontally dissected through her midsection, while parts of her organs, her feminine organs, were removed. And they do believe that Elizabeth Short was also. Bro, I already had a live for that like months ago, bro. You need to catch up with the class. Just saying. Everybody knows by now that Garth Brooks is a serial killer. Because everywhere he goes on his tour, some motherfucker dies. We all know this. So he has to be a serial killer. And by the way, that's like a joke by that one guy that's Asian that doesn't sound like he's Asian, I think. Asian. I forget his name. He's a comedian. Forget Fishy. She's behind everybody else like big time. Isn't he the same guy that told everybody to eat a bag of dicks? Pretty sure he was the same guy that. No, that's the one guy. Oh. He's the one that looks like that guy, but looks white, but in reality, and he talks white, but I think he's supposed to be Spanish. Oh, yeah, fucking Christy. Why you always gotta blame the rocker, man? Why is it always gotta make rocker bad people and stuff? That's racist. Dude, oh, Tom Segura? Yeah, his name sounds fucking Spanish and Asian at the same time. That's not racism, that's his name. Just call me a racist, maybe you remember what his name was. Up yours. Nah. Yeah, Tom Segura or whatever. He's a stand-up comedian or whatnot. He's the one that literally made the joke and coined the phrase, well, Garth Brooks is a serial killer, during the time where Garth Brooks was indeed facing a lawsuit over sexual assault charges that a former nanny of his, or somebody that worked for him, I think, maybe a lawyer or something, was charging against him recently. Don't really know the full context of that whole thing, but yeah. Looking at Vince McMahon and WWE's bullshit that they've been having to go through lately, I'm kind of not going to put down anything until I look into it myself. Albeit, in Vince McMahon's case, I believe every fucking word of that shit because it makes perfect sense. It's like when they had the Ring Boy scandal back in the day in WWF, I think it was back then. And it was found out that a whole shitload of the wrestlers and the coaches and everything else were all like raping little boys and shit. Yeah. I know you were joking. I was joking too, you fucking wacko. Gosh. Hey, why you a mod over on Patrick channel? Snitch. She acted like she was surprised to see me. It's like, girl, I've been coming here for years. Dude, I'm the surprise one. What you doing here, homie? I'm guessing by tomorrow my spare and all the other ones will be banned. Because Lord knows they don't want me anywhere near their people. They're safe. Now, if you're wondering, Fishy, no, I was banned there because people made an account that and called it necessary evil and went around starting all kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm hyped up in the way that it seems like we do have an actual, because even before now, I mean, I thought I had a valid suspect for the Black Dahlia murder, but it was a suspect damn near everybody knew about even before Hodel. But honestly, I'm gonna have to change. I don't know. I gotta confirm all these little facts and shit like that more than I already have so far, which is the biggest parts of the thing. Uh, as I said before, the LAPD actual homicide detectives are on board with this whole fucking. But then again, they're on board with the whole zodiac thing too. So it is kind of weird that all this happened in the same general area. See, most people didn't know. Right around the same place as the Black Dahlia was murdered was right around the same place as Zodiac murders. Not exactly the same place. I think it's in California. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. 15 years apart. But as far as credibility is concerned, well, I'll give you my actual honest opinion. There's no way in hell that the same person that committed the Zodiac murders is the same person that killed Elizabeth Short. There's just no way, shape, or form in hell. Maybe they knew each other. That's a route to take. Did the Magnolus have a son or something? I don't know. Because most criminals, when most killers like that, like serial killers, which in this case they're somehow implying, since by Zodiac, one by whoever, um, they start off sloppy, and then at some point they get really good at being clean and not caught, and getting rid of evidence, get rid of clues, get rid of all that shit. And then towards the very end, they start deteriorating again into, I forget what the term is called, but they start fucking up, right? And when that happens, that's why most of the time, like in Idaho's situation, if they don't catch Brian Koberger right then, he's probably going to go on to be a serial killer. Then their next chance to catch him probably ends up being um, when he deteriorates or devolves. I think it's called devolves. Yeah. That's why when they're talking about a serial killer, they're very active, as in when they're at their best peak serial killer mode. They're always trying to figure out who the first victim was. Most of the time, you knew the first victim, this, that, and the other, and you make the most mistakes. And then towards the end, you start making more mistakes again. And that's because you're devolving. And then, there you go. But whoever, and if the Zodiac murders came later, or no, came first, I could see that because whoever committed the Zodiac murders did so very sloppy. Um, I get both killers fucking taunted the police and the press and sent articles and other items owned by the victims to them and stuff. So I get that. But if you were a killer, okay, let's say hypothetically I'm a serial killer in Fort Myers, I can look back in the past and see 15 or 25 years ago that we had the hog trail killers here. And I was looking for somebody making an homage to. I'd pick that person, right? You think, so it's not unquestionable that somebody would just, do some of the same things. Many people have tried to fake the Zodiac's same crimes or, other serial killers' crimes and this, that, the modus operandi, which, yeah, as I said in the earlier live, yeah, that kind of shit changes all the time. Ted Bundy, BTK, many killers have changed their modus operandi. And actually, these are the ones that usually last the longest without getting caught. Um, the signature that was left on the Black Dahlia, as in all the unnecessary things that was done. The murder itself is something that the killer had to do. Um, the signatures are like the ritual like things that a serial killer has to do or a killer has to do, and even subconsciously, or the crime just doesn't sit right. It's part of their fucking. It's part of their delusion or their fantasy. And since they're sitting there having these dirty, fucked up, bloody, gory fantasies over and over and over again, then they finally do commit the murder or whatnot. You got to better believe that they try to replicate it as much as possible as that fantasy of theirs. Of course, they'll never get the same high from after the first one. Um, Nobody staged any bodies in regards to the Zodiac murders. He just attacked them, and where they were, they left them. He did, in fact, call the cops and stuff like that. Understandable. But in the Black Dahlia, we got posed victim for shock value, left where people could find it very easily. The Zodiac left his victims almost damn near tucked away in the little makeout areas. There's so much about these two crimes sets. Just no, they don't jive. I can't explain why the fuck that the guy from the suspect from the Black Dahlia broke the Zodiac. I mean, maybe he didn't. Maybe somebody else did it recently. I don't know. The guy did seem to make shit sense and all that other stuff when he was talking. It didn't seem like the guy that would do some. It didn't seem like the kind of guy that would do shady shit or whatever just to make himself look better. Because I mean, he's already gone out and found a better suspect, probably for the Black Dahlia murder. That in itself is a tremendous feat. But that's usually what happens in these instances too. It's like it's just not enough for them. They end up writing books or doing this or they're doing that, so they just have to keep reaching. Like I guess it's just not enough to be, hey, I sold the Black Dahlia, but no, oh shit, but I want to sell the Zodiac too. But it's not like he's saying it. He's saying there's a possible link there, and he shows the reasons why. And if all those are legitimate, well, I see it a little bit. Or it's, I can't explain the way the cipher. I just can't. Other than the fact of these two individuals knew each other. That's the only way I can explain it. Because I can't have the same person commit both crimes. I just can't. Doesn't make any sense. Plus, I think they're, like I said, 15 years apart. So, what was Elizabeth Short? She was like 24, 26 or something like that. We're not entirely sure how old Merrill would have been back then, but compared to how he will. I don't know, but it's like the age and everything just fucking checks out. But if you've seen a picture of the dude, oh my god, he looks like the fucking sketch of the Zodiac too. It's fucked up. That's the other thing I forgot. Okay, yeah, I forgot to say that. They showed a picture of him around that time that the Zodiac was running around killing people. He might be the best looking Zodiac that matches up to the Zodiac sketch I've ever seen personally in my life. I don't know. It was pretty fucking close. It was pretty fucking close. Holy shit. To the fucking creepy glasses, to the fucking haircut. Oh my, every bit of it, you guys. Every fucking bit of it. Like I said, I'll probably do live tomorrow night, and this time I'll be on the computer or whatever, because I think I need to just show everybody all these different weird things and say, yeah, I don't know. You hear me saying it? Some of you are probably on Google right now, just going, okay, I need to look this shit up because he's got to be over. No, trust me. Every piece of this information is fact. It's been verified, and I'm just sitting there going, I have no fucking idea. I just don't know. It don't make no sense. But oh, we can't figure out killers and serial killers to this day because why? Well, we're not that type of people, I guess. So who knows what the fuck they would do? I don't know. Well, I gotta go send out some links and shit to people and shit so they can see this shit, and I can just sit there and ponder and be like, "What the fuck?" And I can laugh and giggle at them while they're just, yeah, exposing themselves in the mind fuckery that I'm stuck and lost in myself. I mean, I think it was Amy alone that says if Richard Allen was the one that committed the Delphi murders and this and the third, and if he happened to do so alone, that it would be. No, I'm sorry, Amy. Let me deaf, but I'm just gonna have to tell you right now. This would be the rarest. This is the unicorn. If this guy and that guy is the same guy and they did all this, no, this would be the fucking unicorn. Yeah, holy shit. I mean, I'm going to make a post with the links and everything else included that's going to be posted on my community post or whatever after this. So anybody and everybody that wants to can go back and forth and check all this other shit. I didn't even make it live the last time these code whatever the hell the losers were. They came out trying to act like they fucking broke the code last time for Zodiac because it wasn't worth a damn. You can tell everything from the first fucking paragraph was bullshit. I don't know about this time. This shit's credible. And honestly, could change the way everybody fucking thinks about fucking. If it ended up somehow true, if somehow is true, somebody can actually prove it as actual truth, could change the way everybody thinks about fucking serial killers from the very beginning. It would mean that somebody can change their signature, somebody can change their upper upper, upper Miranda, all that other stuff, all that shit. The way they kill, the way they leave a scene, all that shit. Holy shit. I don't know. My brain's been processing this whole thing from everything I knew about murder and shit. Now I'm just like, I don't fucking know anymore. I'm waiting for somebody to come out. Hey, we figured out this guy's a fraud or something like that, or he did this, or then I feel better about the situation because now if something like that is possible, then there's probably serial killers that we don't even know about to this day. I mean, like much worse ones that have never even come close to being caught, and that's fucked up. That's real fucked up. But God knows I've probably been on here for 5 hours talking blah 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 blah. Hey, but once again, I tried to not talk much about that. It seems to work. But hey, what do you say? Everybody have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Like I said, I'm gonna show everybody this everything. But yeah, I'll post a link tonight so everybody can go see it in about 5-10 minutes or so. All right. Have a great night. I got other cases I got to work on and shit. And I'm gonna start bringing up tomorrow night and everything else. So yeah, we'll have fun.